So that we don't start half an hour late, maybe you can come to the hall, right? I mean, we can wait half an hour and wait, but but anyway, we want to start at 9. I have a couple of announcements, so I will give you time, right? Yeah, I think I have to, I should, yeah. Right, okay. Easier this way, yeah. Much better. Up. Yeah, so we had, we are like 55% through, 45% left. So one day done, one day left to get stressed up. I mean, for you, hopefully it's not as stressful as for me. But anyway, let's get started. You had your coffee, hopefully, and some Karelian pies. That was not the standard way. Normally you eat it with egg butter. But anyway, it was really good. How many of you went to sauna yesterday or this sauna party? Was it worth it? Did you like it? Yeah, so 2 people liked it. So that's all right. So I have bad news for you. If you came to the sauna party, you might have ticks. You know what the tick is? It's this tiny animal that can suck your blood and transmits disease. So I encourage that at some point look at your feet so that you might have a tick. Just so you know. Sorry about that. We didn't know they have ticks. Another thing, because it's really like it's not a really big business, this thing. So this year we figured we make some money, so you can go and buy a conference shirt, and the pricing is so that you can pay 10 euros or whatever you want. If you want to pay €1 million, we take it. So when you have time, go to registration, buy a shirt to support the conference, so we can have the next one. But okay, it's fine if you don't want to buy a shirt. If you don't need it, don't buy it. Right. Next thing, we have 3 installations in place, so remember to check them out. You can find them when you go a little bit downstairs, and a little bit downstairs more, and a little bit more. So there should be 3 pieces of art to try. It's just different types of user interaction. And maybe the most important thing, should remember to enjoy the day. I mean, we are here to maybe make new friends, learn some new things. I guess that's about it. I mean, that was the piece of information I wanted to share. I think next we go. I mean, it's a little bit boring for me to speak in front of, I don't know, 100 people. So it's better that I let other people do the talking. So next, we have a session about React. So why React? So originally we started React Finland 2017, so we had the first event 2018. Then we did React Finland for many years. Then we understood that maybe we have to look a little bit bigger, so then we started Future Frontend. But then I got email from Devlin Doldulao, that maybe we could do a React workshop. And then I was like, let's do a React workshop, let's do a React session. Because I mean, why not? Because I think it's very interesting for me, and maybe for you, to see what's happening in the space of React. Like, where is React going? It's still relevant, many people still use it. So next, I want to invite on stage Devlin Doldulao and Aurora Scharf from Norway. Come.
Hello, that's Mike. Hello. Let's see the slides. Can we keep the microphone here? Thank you. There you go.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Future Frontend. So in this session, we're going to cover the latest updates in React frameworks and help you build fast interactive applications. And we're going to start with a quick overview of today's web landscape and how different frameworks handle rendering strategies. And then, so first we're going to look at server components in Next.js, showing how RC, or React Server Components, boost app performance and streaming components to the client in real time. And then we'll see TanStack Start, which provides full stack support for React apps. And they also have type-safe routing and smooth client-server communications. So my name is Aurora. My name is Aurora. I'm from Norway, and I work as a consultant at Crayon Consulting in Oslo. I actively use Next.js and server components in my current project, so that's where I get my inspiration from. And I'll be doing the Next.js part of this framework comparison.
Hello, good morning. So I'm Devlin Duldulao. I'm originally from Manila, Philippines, and started working in Norway 6 years ago and living there. And my topic is about TanStack Start. It's a meta framework. So a little bit about me. So during pandemic, I cannot go home back to my family in Manila, so I started writing books to make myself productive, and it ended up writing 3 books. So yeah, we can start now.
Let's get started. Okay, so I'm going to begin by comparing some of the technical differences between the bigger React meta frameworks, so we have a background for this comparison. So there's 3 frameworks here that we want to consider. React Router. Who knows React Router? Probably a lot of people. So we have V7, which is relevant in this comparison. Then we have TanStack Start, and also Next.js. And the reason I added React Router here is so we can use something we're familiar with to easily see the differences of the other ones. So first, React Router, which most of us have used. React Router now includes meta framework capabilities after the merge with Remix. So built on React Router's browser APIs, it can be incrementally adopted into, straightforward, in line with web standards, and yeah, it's great for SSR. And React Router has its own solutions for most things, where React 19 kind of acts as an alternative. Then we also have Next.js, which is made by Vercel, released in 2016 with Pages Router, and then now uses App Router. So Next.js App Router uses or embraces React 19 to 19 features to solve problems. And Next.js is known for focusing on performance first, and they have a lot of tools for things like static rendering. So a typical e-commerce pick. And then TanStack Start, so is made by Tano Lindsley, which is the guy behind what was previously known as React Query. Do you know React Query? Yep, so this is the guy behind that library. And this framework is currently in beta, but it's built on top of TanStack Router, which has already been released 2 years ago. And this framework focuses on client-side rendering, developer experience, and type safety. So it's more for interactive applications. So let's compare first the rendering approaches in the frameworks. React Router has a hybrid rendering approach in the way that it assumes hydration. So it's not cornering into the server in any way. And you have loaders and actions that are run server-side, but you can also use things like client loader and client action. Then we have Next.js, which is server first, because in the app router, components are server by default, and you rather choose to opt into client-side rendering. And then TanStack Start is client first and assumes you want to run on the client. So loaders are run on the client, and then you opt into server features. So this is the difference in these frameworks. Server components, that is just announced as experimental in React Router. It's more of an alternative. Whereas Next.js uses server components as the default, where it's using the server-first strategy. And the whole app router is built around server components. So that is what makes the app router a bit more complex and with a higher learning curve than React Router. And then TanStack Start has announced that they will be adding it in the future, but right now it's not something you can try yet, and it will be more of an optional thing. Data fetching. So React Router uses loaders. Have anybody of you used a loader, the loader pattern? So
Loader,
it's
anyone? Yeah. Anyone here in React router users? Have used loader function?
Okay, so React Router has this loader, so you can run server-side code and get data for your components. In Next.js, you are expected to use server components for data fetching. So it's like the component has its own composable way of fetching data on the server. And then TanStack Start also uses loaders, kind of like React Router, but it is client by default, which matches their client-first strategy. And they have a lot of utilities with these loaders. For routing, React Router uses a code-based configuration now with an optional file-based method, where Next.js has a very strict file-based routing system, which is similar to other meta frameworks. And then TanStack Router also uses file-based routing and also has a code gen solution that keeps your file-based routing up to date with a code config. Server features, React Router has server-side loaders and actions and experimental support for middleware, where Next.js supports React 19 server functions, has API routes and middleware. And then TanStack Start has a create server function API. So this is very flexible and has a lot of utilities, and API routes and middleware as well. What about rendering strategies? So you'll see all the acronyms here. So React Router has client-side rendering, CSR, SSR and streaming, and also in v7, static generation or pre-rendering. Whereas Next.js is very heavily focused on this static generation rendering strategy. So they can blend SSR and SSG depending on the page or the requirements. And they also have their own thing like ISR, which is another new acronym, which is for revalidating static pages. And they even have something called partial pre-rendering and use cache for caching. They have a lot of different things for optimization. So this is really what makes Next.js special here. And TanStack Start is focusing on client-side rendering and SSR, but they also do streaming and have a pre-rendering support as well recently. So for type safety, React Router has this auto-generated route types that really work well with some new utilities, this href function. And Next.js is not doing great here. There's not really any good way to get types of routes unless you use a library. And then, of course, this is TanStack's specialty. They do amazing here, and it's a big part of the selling point in the router with this fully type-based experience on everything from search params to params and links, of course. And then about the migration story. So this is where React Router is a lot better than the others because you can upgrade from v6 and get full stack framework features. And that's one of the most important things when we're actually considering adopting some sort of SSR framework, because most of the time we can't convince our boss to rewrite the whole app, right? But at least we can upgrade to a new version. Yeah. And then app router migration is really hard. It's basically like, it's nearing on like a rewrite because you have to, at some point, rewrite every page to be server first and then opt into client-side rendering. And for TanStack, it's more of a migration. You have to rewrite your routes to file-based, but if you already have an existing app, it's probably easier to just upgrade to React Router v7. So that's it for the background. So let's see now Next.js in practice. So a central part of the app router is, as mentioned, the React 19 server components. How many of you have heard of server components? Good, a lot of people actually. Do you know how to work with them? Do you understand them? Yeah, that's expected. So this is understandable because with server components, the way we build apps has changed. And server components are components that only run on the server or in the build and never on the client. And this is different from server-side rendering because that means the components are never hydrated. So that means that we have a partially hydrated application. And it means that we can't use our familiar state, effects, browser APIs, or hooks inside server components. And this can feel very restricting at first. Server components, however, are extremely powerful and can do a lot of things. So they can be asynchronous and fetch their own data asynchronously right inside the component itself. Furthermore, since they're only run on the server, they can access backend resources directly and in proximity to the resource. So it could be something like a database. And lastly, their JavaScript is never shipped to the client, which means they reduce the bundle size and let us build more performant apps. So this is an example of a simple server component called project info. It can actually be async, so this is what's like the typical for server components. You have an async component that can then wait inside the component and fetch data directly from a database. And it can be fully rendered before it's sent to the client. And server components can also, well, they allow us to fetch and render on the server and then stream in the fully rendered component to the client as they complete while displaying a loading fallback with suspense. And this is beneficial because we are sharing the compute load between the server and the client. We can display static content and even hydrate other components on the client while streaming. So this is pretty incredible. But there are a lot of new development patterns to understand, especially related to handling data and creating good user experiences. And both Next.js and React have plenty of new tools to help us with this. So change and relearning is hard, but these new tools unlock a lot of capabilities. So I'm going to explore that by heading over to a demo. Yeah, let's get into the demo. Maybe put this here. So this is a project task manager demo application. And it's actually built on a feature in my current project where I'm using App Router. So that's, yeah, it's inspired by that. And the setup here is, of course, the App Router. Then I'm using Prisma as my ORM and a Prisma Postgres database and Tailwind for CSS. And let's just see the initial load here. So I'm going to load this app, and what you'll see is that it has a very slow initial load. It's doing the spinner for like 3 seconds, right? But once it's loaded, it's not that bad. We have these tabs. We can navigate through them. Sorry, I'm just going to position myself so I can speak here. And navigate through them. And this is now all server components. There's no JS on the client for any of these components. It's just HTML and links and a form. And that means that everything actually works without JavaScript. I can search for things here. If I search for user, the form will work because it's just a form that does a push to the router or to the query params. And this is a really good base case because it is web standard first, which means that it will run even if we are on a device with a lower processing power that can't run JS effectively. So I'm also going to review the Lighthouse scores for this app. So as you'll see, it's not great. And the reason is because I have this very slow initial load, right? This 4-second spinner that I'm waiting for as I load the application. So the first contentful paint and the largest contentful paint is 4 seconds because they are both this project information header that I get here after 4 seconds. And the speed index is also 4 seconds because speed index increases as we have, oh, sorry. I just ran something, hold on. There we go. As we have incrementally more content, and here we don't have any content until this 4 seconds. However, I do have a total blocking time of 0 because there's low amount of JS on the client and no long tasks, and a cumulative layout shift of 0 because everything is painted at once. So not great, not terrible. But of course, the app feels really bad on initial load. Let's also see the starting files here. So this is the Next.js app router. It uses this file-based routing, as mentioned, and everything is a server component by default here. And in this layout file, I have actually made it async, and I'm asynchronously fetching data directly inside the component, which we can do with server components. And these functions are accessing the database and returning the data, and they've also been slowed down. So yeah, so that we can simulate a slower network. And here, what else? I have a project info component, which is up here. There's the status tabs, which is this component here. There's a search. And then there's also the children of this route, which would be the subroutes. In this case, it's the dynamic tab route here. And here, we're doing sort of the same thing. We're using server components to asynchronously fetch data directly from the database here, based on the current params and the search param. So that's why the search is working right now. And this is now dynamic request. So if I could do this in the build, it would be a lot easier, but I'm doing it at request time with this dynamic data. So that's why it's being slow, because I have to do it at request time. So what we want to do here is elevate the speed, interactivity, and UX of this app and improve these bad Lighthouse scores while still maintaining the good ones. And I'm going to start by fixing the UX of these tabs. So when I click, for example, on the to-do here, I don't get any. It takes a while before I can see that. And that's because we're waiting for this server component to finish rendering on the server. Kind of like we're used to with multi-page applications. And suspense will allow me to mark a component as non-urgent and then stream it in as it completes on the server. So in Next.js, we do this with a loading TSX, which lets me create an implicit suspense boundary. So here I can export a component, and I'll just do here a skeleton. And let's see how that looks now. So now, when I click the tabs, I can actually instantly navigate there and then just stream in this content after navigating, because the navigation is the most important here. Okay, what about the initial load? So it's still slow, right? Spinning. Let me close this. And these data fetches are what's slowing it down, because I'm blocking the page with this await. And these data fetches are actually running sequentially, even though they don't depend on each other and they could be running in parallel. So what I'm going to do is not use a promise all, but rather push the data fetches down into the component that's using the data. So I'm going to move the project fetch from here into project info and leave it here. And we don't need these props anymore, like that. And let's do the same for the task summary. So push it down from this root layout that's blocking the page and then into the component that's using it. And we don't need any of this either. There we go. And to be able to not block the page, I will suspend these with the suspense component this time and just do a fallback of loading, loading. And do the same for the status tabs here. And there we go. And what's going to happen now is that as I load this page, you'll see I have this loading as the component is streaming in from the server as it's resolving. So I'm no longer blocking the initial load. And I can even, and they're also running in parallel, by the way. And I can try to interact with the search as it's streaming. It's a little bit hard. Do you notice it's kind of visually unstable there? It's like moving and jumping. So this is cumulative layout shift. And this is a very uncomfortable user experience that we have to handle. And it's also a core web vital. So you'll see, if I just load this again, that the, hold on, I actually want this to be like that. That the CLS has now gone from 0, which it was previously, to 0.05, right? Because the elements are visually unstable. And this is a core web vital. It's going to greatly impact our score for SEO and such things, so we need to handle this. And the way to do that is to size the suspense fallbacks correctly as much as we can according to the content that's going to be replacing it. So here I will use a project info skeleton, which is correctly sized for this component. And I'm going to do the same also here for the status tabs. So I'll just put that here, like that. And now you'll see that as I'm replacing it with this correctly sized fallback, I no longer have any visual instability. I can easily start searching while it's still streaming in this content. And my CLS is back to 0, which is what we want. And you'll also see that the largest contentful paint and the first contentful paint is now at 0.1 rather than 4 seconds, because I am showing this project information right away. So we also improved that already. Okay, what's next? Let's get working on the UX. So I would like to mark the currently active tab so I can see what path I'm on, right? And we're going to do that inside the status tabs. So here I want to use the params, which is the current tab with Next.js use params. And I'm going to use the params to set the active tab here. And use params actually requires, well, first of all, it can be called in an async component. And it also requires me to put use client here, because I'm trying to use this hook and I need to opt or tell the bundler to opt into client-side JavaScript for this component. So that's why I'm adding use client here. And that means I can no longer fetch my data here. First of all, I cannot have async client components, and I can't access my database anyway on the client. So I have to move this data fetch out into the parent component. So let's put it back into the layout here. However, I really don't want to block my initial load. So what I can do is not await this promise, but, and just remove the await here, and leave it as a promise, and pass it down as a promise to the status tabs here. Promise, okay. And then what I can do is actually create some props here for this promise, and pass it down to the component, like that. And then I would get this by reading it with the new React 19 API use. So this will allow me to resolve the promise and also suspend the component while it's resolving. Oh, don't close that. And now you'll see that I can see the currently active tab while still having this streamed component the same way I did before. Okay, let's now do the search. So the search looks like this. It's just a form with an input, and on submission, let's say search for user again, it would do the full page reload, the default form submission, and push the values of the form to the URL. So you see Q equal user here. And again, this is the default form behavior, but it's not great for UX in this case with this full page reload. And we usually actually prevent this with prevent default, right, in React. In this case, I don't want to prevent the default behavior, but I'm going to opt into client-side navigation instead of this full page reload. So I'm going to add a form here, and this is a component from Next.js. I'm just going to import that. And it also needs an action, which is where it's going to navigate on submission, and we're just going to do the current route, so I'll just add an empty string. So now when I submit this form again, just pressing enter, I don't have this full page reload anymore. So that's client-side navigation now. But I also want to add an on-change handler here. So this is going to be another progressive enhancement, meaning we still have this base case form, but we're adding additional interactivity on top to make the UX better. So I'm going to do a couple things in here. I want to push the value of the search to the router on change. And for that, I'm going to need the router here. So with use router from next navigation. And we're also going to need the search params here. So let's get the search params from use search params, also from next navigation. And we want to create some new search params here and push those to the router. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to use the existing search params to keep my state in the URL. And this is good because it allows the application to be reloaded or bookmarked or shared without losing the state that it's currently using or currently showing. I'm going to do a couple more things. I'm going to get the query from the search params and use this as the default value so we can see what we searched for. And I'm also going to get the active tab here, and then import whatever I need to import, and use this key on the form to reset it whenever the tab changes. And finally, I need to add use client again because I'm trying to use these hooks, but that's all good. I'll just add it at the top here, use client. So now when I actually start typing into this search, you'll see that it's running the onChange and it's searching automatically. But the search is actually delayed here compared to what I'm typing. And that's because we are running the server component with these params before we can, and then on the server, and then showcasing it once it's done. So that's why it's delayed here. And as a user, I would like to know that something is happening, that I'm not just typing and then nothing is happening, right? So React 18 transitions allow us to mark a state update as non-urgent and then get the pending state of that transition. So I can add a transition here with use transition. And it returns a pending state and then a transition, a function to start a transition. Transition, probably the hardest word to spell ever. So I want to wrap my push to the router with the start transition. And then I want to use the pending state of this transition to enable a spinner. So now, when I am actually transitioning to this new page, I have this spinner showcasing that it is currently pending. which means that whenever this form is hydrated by JavaScript, we have this progressive enhancement of the client-side navigation, the spinner, and the on-change handler. And otherwise, it's just a form. All right, let's do one more thing here. So I want to add in another component to this application. And it's going to be a category filter. So this component is reading a promise with use the same way we did before with the status tabs. And I'm going to just get it here like by fetching inside the server component and just do get categories map. And not await this, so I don't block the root layout here. Like that. And then I can, again, suspend this and show a fallback while this data is, or the promise is currently pending. So I'll just do a category filter skeleton here. And let's see this new component in action. So I have this loading state for it, and then as the promise is resolving, I have now these tabs to do more advanced filtering. And in here, we're doing sort of the same thing as with the search. We're using the search params to keep the state in the URL. So everything is tied to the URL here. And pushing to the router again. And when I click these, you'll see that, again, the URL is actually delayed. And this is the way the Next.js app router works. We're waiting for this component to finish on the server before we can navigate, and that's why the click is delayed here. Did I click that? Yeah, I did, right? So let's begin by at least marking the pending state. So I'm going to need another transition here. And I'm going to wrap my push to the router with a transition again, just like before. I don't want this comment, thank you. Like that. And in this case, I don't have any spinner to enable. So how do I use this as pending state? Well, I'm going to add a data pending attribute to this div. And it will be present if the transition is pending. Otherwise, it will just be undefined here. What did I do wrong? Yeah, bracket. There we go. And inside the root layout, I actually have a class of group here on this div that is wrapping everything, including the table, which is the children. And inside that page for the table, I'm using the has pseudo class to do a pulsing animation if this group has a data pending attribute. And let's see what that looks like. So now, when that data pending is present, I'm actually doing this pulsing animation, indicating that the content is stale. So instead of using some sort of global state manager, I'm just using CSS to get this visual. But I also want responsive buttons, right? So let's go back to the category filter and use another React 19 feature, which is the use optimistic hook. And this hook takes in a state to show when no transition is pending, which will be our truth from the URL here, which is the search params. And it returns to us some optimistic categories and also a function to set that optimistic update. So we can use this as the selected values. And we can set this before pushing to the router here. And let's see how what happens now. So when I click this, actually the tabs or the filters are now instant and they don't depend on the network anymore. And the way use optimistic works is it creates this temporary client state that it persists for as long as the transition is still pending. And then after that, it's just going to resolve to whatever is past here, which is our truth from the URL. Let's go back and consider again the data fetching in the layout, because the UX is already pretty good here now. So I added this get categories map function. And now I'm fetching the categories here, but I'm actually also fetching it inside the task summary. So I'm calling this function twice. Wow. So you'll see here when I load this, I have the first function call, but then also another one here. So I'm calling it twice, once for the task list to create this summary, and then once for the filters. So I want to improve that. And in get categories map, I can actually reuse the return value of this per render with the React 19 cache. So this will allow me to do a per render caching for the return value of this function. And pay attention now to the load time. It's at 2.9, right? And then I added this cache. And then now, next time, it's actually been reduced to 2.2 here because we are reusing the return value of get categories map. So we don't get twice the amount of load time here. And this means that we can continue fetching data inside components and maintain composition and not try hoisting something to a parent, whatever. Just fetch inside the component and cache to share that return value. I'm going to add some more caching, actually. So when I click between these tabs, I'm rerunning the server component every time. And I don't need my data to be that fresh. So I want to head over to the next config and enable stale times. So this will allow me to cache dynamic page segments for a certain amount of time. I'm going to do 30 seconds. So that if I'm clicking or rerunning this within 30 seconds, I'm not going to regenerate that component. So let's try that out. So if I now, let's say, click to the to-do, then click to the in progress, and then go back again, we will have this caching between these. So that's bringing us closer to the single-page application experience. All right, let's do like a final sort of demo of what we have so far. So I can load the application, instantly see useful content, and I can start streaming and even interact with the tabs while streaming. And I also have this caching here. And then I can do a filtering here while waiting for the table. I can do a search and get a spinner. I can get this indicator showing that my content is stale. And I can reload the app and have the exact same state of the application. So this is a greatly improved user experience. And even though the data fetches are still extremely slow, we still have a total load time of 2.3, the app feels very responsive. And this is very robust, by the way, because all I did is just add a little bit of JavaScript to this no JavaScript base case, adding only where I need it, and then which means that I'm partially hydrating the application. And by the way, I don't have any use effect or use state here. I'm building interactive apps without it in this new world of React Server Components and React 19. So it's already good, but let's further increase the performance. So maybe we can beat this guy later when he's going to be trying the same thing. OK. I'm going to go back to the layout. And notice that this project information doesn't really change, right? It's just the same every time. But I'm still fetching it every time I'm running the page. And this could be cached, and I can revalidate on some sort of time-based interval, rather. So we have this new Next.js feature, which is a directive called use cache. It's also experimental, sorry, use cache. And this will allow me to cache a function or even component and reuse it across users. So I can also add a cache live to this. There's a lot of options here. I'm not going to focus too much on that right now, but for example, every day. And then I need to remove this await connection, so it's no longer a dynamic fetch. And then I can enable this inside the config. So I'm getting an error, just enable use cache here. Set it to true. And what's going to happen now is that, let's see when this reloads. The first time I load it, it will be streamed. And then on every subsequent request, it's now cached. So I don't have to reload this component every time. And there's also something else, actually. It's called partial pre-rendering. I just mentioned it briefly earlier. So this will allow me to also statically render in the build those cached pieces. So it's going to be even faster. And I can even add inline CSS here, just for even more speed. And to see the effect of all this, I've deployed this already on Vercel here. So you can see when I load this page in a new tab, it's just instantly showing me that whole chunk of cached data. And if you're building something with larger or slower chunks of this cacheable or static data, it can be very impactful on the performance score. So again, it's just there because it's static in this case. And for the Lighthouse score of this, it's now 99. So that's pretty good. And we'll see the scores here. So the first contentful paint and the largest contentful paint have been now reduced to 0.1 seconds because they're both this project information header. And the speed index is also greatly improved because it's at 1.4. As you can see, it's corresponding to this incremental, starting from some content, adding more and more. And then it's pretty good now because I have this cached piece here. And I still have a total blocking time of 0 because I still have low amount of JS on the client and no long tasks. And I still have a cumulative layout shift of 0 because I was able to size my suspense boundaries correctly according to the content that's streaming in. So this means that I managed to complete this task of improving the bad metrics while still maintaining the good ones and make the app fast, interactive, and user-friendly. All right, let's go back and summarize a little bit what we did here. Where did I put that? Okay. So I just want to summarize the best practice development patterns that I covered through this demo. So the first one was to resolve promises in components deeper in the tree while displaying loading fallbacks with suspense. So in this way, I was able to unblock the page and improve performance metrics like FCP, LCP, and speed index, and increase the user experience. And it was also good for composition because every component was responsible for its own data to that extent that it's possible. Just remember to be mindful and size your suspense fallbacks correctly to avoid cumulative layout shift. The next one is to display pending indicators, for example, using transitions to give the user immediate feedback to interactions. The third is to put application state in the URL as a single source of truth to allow the app to be reloaded, bookmarked, or shared effectively without losing its desired state. And the last best practice is to use progressive enhancement to ensure the app is functional even before JavaScript has loaded or hydration has completed, and then rather add JavaScript to the components that need it to improve UX while maintaining a low total blocking time. Let's also summarize what we can do with the new tools provided by React and Next.js. So first, you can utilize the React 19 features. So again, the app router relies on these features to bridge the client-server gap in their server-first model. You can use the use API to suspend client components as they resolve a promise they are passed down and display a fallback. Then you can use use optimistic to respond to user interactions instantly and independently of the network, even when the following request is slow. And finally, the cache API can perform per render caching for expensive function calls like database queries, which lets you continue this pattern of fetching data inside the component itself and maintaining composition. And you can also enable the relevant Next.js features. So you can use client-side caching with stale times to avoid needless server component renders by reusing these dynamic page segments across subsequent requests. And then you can try the experimental use cache directive to cache a component or function and reuse it across requests and across users. And finally, if you're really wanting to try something that's a bit more unstable, partial pre-rendering, which is still in Canary, which can statically render those cached boundaries to get a better first contentful paint and potentially larger contentful paint. So again, it's still in Canary. So that's how to build performant and user-friendly apps with Next.js, server components, and React 19 onto TanStack Start with Devlin. Thank you.
Mic test, mic test. You can sit down, guys. Okay, in front, there's still chairs here. Okay. One more time. Okay. About TanStack Start. So I have an idea here just to help you understand what we're trying to do here, or what are we trying to teach you. So consider yourself lucky because this is the first time we have this content of comparing these two frameworks, and it's not just two frameworks. These are two frameworks with two different architecture flow, right? So Aurora in Next.js, she explained this is a server first framework, meaning everything is server by default. So you can think of, when I say server first is, it doesn't have this access to browser's API by default, right? Because it runs on server. So that environment. And this TanStack Start is client first. So right from the start, we have access to these browser APIs, right, to the hooks. Okay, so I'm just going to wear something right now. Just imagine. I used to be a React developer, and then my manager sent me to an old project, .NET. So I'm coding C#, right, for let's say 3 years. But I used to be, a React developer. I know class-based. I wrote some hooks also. So in .NET, we have this like await all. So whenever you see this task, you need to async and await it, right? So I have that concept in mind right now. So I'm wearing the old React hat, but I don't know the concept of streaming. Well, I wouldn't say this is new. It's just, it's not yet like all over the web development, web developers, the concept of streaming. And this is very important. And you saw how Aura demonstrate streaming, right? So let's say I don't know streaming. What else? In other frameworks, you don't have this streaming yet. So it's React. It's not just reacting. It's something that it's very important to create or improve user experience. So old React guy writing came from let's say an old .NET project, and now I'm starting a React application. Okay. But let's first understand what is TanStack Start. So I have slides here, very quick. So TanStack Start, think of it basically just TanStack router 90%, and then that's a framework, and then the rest are all about environments and server, just like this. We have SSR, RPC, kind of like, and then API routes, middleware, and more. So in the router part of this framework, meta framework, you get all the goodies here: type safe, validation, serialization, nested layout routes, parallel route loaders. There's so much here. I couldn't explain this one by one. So we're just going to focus on some things: file-based system routing, preloading, data loading, search params, type safety, dev tools, and the RPC-like, and then the middleware. So if you're new to TanStack Start or TanStack Router, and you've been writing React Router, you can see there's some similarities. The like link component, the outlet, right? It's like the children earlier. Is scroll restoration, use navigate, use search params, use params, loader function, etc. So that's the gist of the router itself of the TanStack Start. So now this demo is not focused on the TanStack Router demo, so I will not cover everything. The intention is of this demo is to show a little bit of TanStack Start's features and routes, built-in features, and most importantly, how to improve the application UX through streaming with React Suspense. Okay, so this is by default. So I came to the new project, and then the UX designer gave me a design. Okay, I think this is not too hard. I'm just gonna, scrape the CSS, and then start, adding logic. Done, right? So I heard this loader function. Okay, so, and then let's say I was able to implement this using what I know. Now let's go to the code. I have the category filter here. It's status tabs, project info. Good. I'm fetching it. But let's get to the framework first. What type of files you can see here before we go to the components. So in TanStack Start, we have app config. This is, if you're familiar with it, this is where you configure it. So that's one. We have the SSR. So this is like a server entry point. Allows us to know what routes and loaders we need to execute when the user hits a given route. But normally, I don't touch this, as well as the client entry point. And then you have this router here for the configuration of your route, the caching mechanism in the routing. So this is really good because you have caching, and caching makes an entire solution performant, right? Like caching is everywhere. It's in the browser, in your machine, in your MacBook, or your laptop. It's in the server. It's everywhere. So now we have this caching in the route, like the TanStack query. So it's similar to this, but it's a small version. And you'll see this interface here, and we're declaring it. But basically, this is what makes the TanStack router here type safety, and it knows right away what pages you have in the application. And you will see this route tree here, route tree gen. This is going to be generated. This is automatically generated behind the scene if you're running the application here in dev mode. So, so again, here it is. It's being generated here automatically, and this makes the navigation here and everything, the search params, the parameters, type safe. This is really cool. Okay, I can give you an example here. Let's try to create like a dashboard here. So dashboard.tsx. So as you can see, my hands, the two hands here raised. I'm just gonna enter this. What happened? This is part of the routing here in TanStack. So it generates this for you automatically. So the difference between in Rack Router, you have this object, right? And then if it's a huge application, you have this nested object that it's just hard to read. And in this file base, in TanStack, especially here TanStack Router, you get this automatically generated for you, and it tells you which route is this. And then what else you can get here is a function that you can trigger during the prefetch. So prefetch in the browser, this is part of the browser. So you can, for example, intent is you hover your mouse to the link, and before you click it, the HTML of that page has already been fetched, right? So it's kind of like seamless. That's an evolution in a browser that you can do that. Hover your mouse, and the web application is fetching the page for you. But that's not only that. You can trigger a function and then return something. For example, returning a data here so you can consume it in your components. So the advantage of this, you hover your mouse, you clicked it, everything is there already. You won't see any loader or spinner. So that's TanStack router. Just like in TanStack query, you have this cache, right? So when you navigate, you will just see the spinner once, and then the rest is just seamless. And this is not just a function that you can run. It has this caching here. So the mechanism here is it's using the URL as like a key, so it knows if it's going to give you the same data in the same route, right? So this is very good that you have this SWR, so stay while validate baked into the routing system. So that's just an example of creating a page in this file-based routing, and you can see that this has been updated automatically. And this is just my opinion, file-based routing is really good. Even in React Native, in mobile world, Expo released a file-based system for mobile development. And then most of the meta frameworks actually are by default file-based. So this is the part of the file-based. It's very user-friendly for developers, right? You can see the nested, meaning this is the nested pages. So that's very basic of TanStack router. So now we can move to the project that I'm imagining. So let's remove this. Okay. So we can now go back to the root component. This is the layout. So this is the top layout where you can put navigation, whatever, here, right? And you can see the outlet is here. So if you're used again to React router, here's outlet, and then this is where the other pages will, move around. So very simple. Category filter, search, project info. Okay, and I have my TanStack router dev tools to help me debug the state of my application and about the cache in the URL. Okay, I don't see any problem here. Category filter is here also. Index. And the loader function that I'm talking about earlier, async await, good. What about here? So I'm fetching 3 sets of data here. So async await, it's good. I'm used to this. Whenever I see a task or a promise, I would async and await it, right? But the difference here is I'm not using a props here to pass the data here. But Aurora is, she has to pass a props because these 2 components here are React client component, so she cannot just use the hooks. If she cannot just convert it to React server component because she's using other stuff. Okay. So how are we using this if we're not passing it here? So in React router, in TanStack router, we have this use loader data, so we can pick it up from a specific path. So we're just mentioning here that these categories here that I rename it to categories map just to follow her code. It's coming from the root. So basically that's it. You're using this hook to get the data from the loader. And it could be anything here. And you have this type safe also. So this is a loader pattern. Okay. I think that's it. That's really good. That's very simple for me. I just grabbed the CSS. Now let's go back to, let's see if we can run this properly. I think it's running. Local 3000, right? It's good. Let's run it again. Let's see, it's spinning, it's spinning. Let's try it again. You think it's fast, but actually it's not because you can see the browser spinning. What if we do this? So, see, we're not seeing anything, it's just spinning right on the tab. Because what? I'm blocked. I don't see anything. That's bad. It feels like it's kind of like I'm stuck for a little here. I don't know what's happening, why it's like that. So let's go to Auroras again. The Next.js version has this score, Lighthouse score 99, whereas my localhost 3000 to do, I open it up, I run it already. It's 58. It's low. And as you can see, there's like so many red here. The FCP is almost 5 seconds, as well as the LCP, the largest contentful paint. Now, this comes the React suspense and streaming solution in. So we'll go back to the code. How can we improve this, right? So I'm an old React developer. I don't know React suspense. I don't know the concept of streaming. Now let's apply that and see if we can improve this also through this concept of streaming. So this is good, to learn this, because this is the future. I mean, this is in React now, so might as well learn this and then use this in the future, because this is how we can improve an application, right? So category filter. I saw Aurora's code. So where's it? She's using this suspense. So maybe I'm just gonna use it also. Maybe. So let's use suspense. Yeah, right. All good. And it has this fallback component while it's getting it. Category also skeleton. Okay. So that's one that we can do here. What else? Status tabs. Let's try this also. And then the fallback is status skeleton, right? Project info. Suspense. And let's add the fallback. Skeleton here. Good. But in streaming, it's forbidden to do this. Otherwise, the route is blocked when you're navigating, right? So we're going to remove this to stream. So that would mean that all of this will be converted into promise, and then I'm going to rename this as promise, right? And I have access here using the use loader. All good. And then there's a best practice also in TanStack dev tool that we can actually suspend this also. And then you need to lazy load this. You're not going to get this straight here. And then I'll already actually have it here. Because DevTools is, not critical in loading of the application. So that's it. All good. And now we have the suspense with fallback. We need to go back to category because why? Everything here has changed from a JSON or an object, and now it's promise, right? So let's go to category filter, and then let's change this. So this is promise. And we're going to remove this. And now we're going to use the use API of React 19. Right? What's that again? Map. So as you can see there, promise. Okay. That's one. It's easy, right? There's a simple tweak. And let's fix this also. And I know this is now promise. You can control space or command space. And then we're going to use also, again, the the use here from the React. There you go. And project info. And it's there, it's promised. So done. What about the tab here? Page, right? It's using also async await. So again, it's not allowed if we're doing streaming. We're just going to remove it and then convert this to promise. Like so. So in TanStack router and then also React router version 6, they have this await component that it acts like the use API of React 19. So we're going to use that in order for you to see that there are two things here that like overlapping that you can use. One is part of the framework, and one is part of the React itself as native. So what we're going to do is use that. So we have the promise here. I'm going to return on await, and this is part of TanStack. And then it will ask for promise, which is actually it's already there, right? And then a fallback. And then now we can return, but there's a function here, and it's returning the value of this promise. So basically, this await component is unwrapping this promise here to give you the object that you need. And that would mean that this is now the object, right? And just return it. Boom. So basically, this is the same as earlier, using the use, but we're using the await component here. And technically, that's the same, right? Okay, I think we've managed to remove those async and await. So theoretically, we're not blocking any routes, right? So we can see something like skeleton. So that's a theory. So let's check that out. So now you can say that I'm improved React developer, right? No longer the old React developer who came from the grave. Okay, so let's try this again. A new one. See, you see that? You can see it right away that it's showing you something and then the skeleton. Let's do it again, one more time. Because this is normally what the user would do, right? Write something here, the domain, enter, boom. You're not blocked. It's streaming. So that's the beauty of a loader function also. If you're fetching a lot of things there already, it's good because it's preparing you the data that you need while giving you this fallback for the suspense. And if you're going to do that in a component level, one by one, the problem is you have this waterfall where you have these nested components that trying to fetch their own data one by one also. So that's not good, right? And let's see, from this grade of 58, and now this is, actually I deployed it to Netlify, and now you can see this 95, wait, 99, 95. I'm defeated here in this part. 2.3 seconds, 1.4 seconds. Do you know why? Because that's the beauty of server-first architecture in a meta framework. It's server-first. So basically, it's fast. They have this HTML right away in your browser when it renders it. Whereas in client-first, the architecture is what? You have the shell, you're fetching data, and then you render it, right? Hydration and then render. So you would say that, you can say that server-first frameworks are more SEO-friendly than client-first. Yeah, and you can see that here, they have, the Next.js, RC, or made this application. It's showing you right away here. Whereas in my case, what's the difference? It's blank in the beginning, right? So that's where she beated me in this rendering here of, even if I'm streaming already, and you can see it, this is my, this is the approach of an old React developer using a meta framework without streaming. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds, let's say, right? Seeing nothing. And then Aurora taught me, you know what? We can improve that. You can do streaming. How? Okay, just remove those async and await. And now we have this. Oh, I'm showing right away something for the users, right? And it feels like it's fast. Yeah, it's fast because it's showing you right away, right? But it doesn't mean that TanStack Start is not SEO friendly. In fact, it has SSG. It can generate HTML. But in Next.js, they have this partial pre-rendering or partial SSG, if you can say that. So the difference is that in production, this Next.js framework can convert this into a static file right away. This is partial. So, okay, partial. You have partial static here, and then you have dynamic. And then it's showing it here, as you can see. You have this data. And that's the difference here. That's why he was able to defeat me here, and I don't have that partial pre-rendering in TanStack Start, but I have pre-rendering or SSG. You can use that interchangeably. So, yeah, that's the differences between Next.js REC server first, and then TanStack Start framework client first. So, what do you think about that? Okay. We can now move to the slides. Oh, okay, the search params. So yeah. I wasn't able to show you that the routing has this. So you're defining here the params in search params here using Zod for validation. So it gives you this type safety right. And then if you're going to use that, you can just see that it's type safe. It's good. You have this already baked in into the library and a framework. And then when you start typing here, I'm not sure we can see here. And if you pay attention in the URL, it's being updated right away, right? And then the beauty of this is the DX has improved because when you try to implement this search and param and use it in other component, you get this type safe and squigglies if you're refactoring it wrong. So that's the beauty of this. Okay, do I still have time? Okay, that's good. So again, if you haven't taken any photo of this, you can do so. And then let's go to the architecture trade-off. So this is good to know. So you can decide properly in your next project and not waste time and money by choosing the wrong solutions, right? On Next.js, RSC, it's SEO first or server first. So as you can see the process here of how it renders the content, the request, and then when it renders the HTML, it's already perfect for SEO and Lighthouse because users can see things and content. And it's best for marketing sites, e-commerce product pages, blogs, content sites, SEO critical applications. But it doesn't mean that you cannot use it in an application with, interactions between users and the application. Well, in fact, in reality, you have this group of set of routes or pages for marketing, and then let's say you're using RSC there, that's good, perfect for SEO, right? And then other group of routes, let's say dashboard, you can use TanStack query, right? To have that caching mechanism in your application. For example, dashboard, right? Or let's say real-time data, client focus, form heavy, client focus. So you have these rich interactions. And then in TanStack Start, the client first or interactivity first, you have this request, basic HTML, the shell, and you don't have anything there yet because the data that the user will see is in the end here, right? But you have this good UX after it loads, right? So this is best for dashboards and admin panels, real-time collaborative tools, right? Like, what else? Applications behind authentication. This is also normal, especially in enterprise. You have this user that has to log in order to start the application, and then all the data basically is coming from that specific user, right? What else? Highly interactive user interfaces. So all in all, you can pick a framework that suits the product you're building, your preferences and other considerations, like the large community of Next.js versus the smaller community in React Router and TanStack. Also, the frameworks copy each other and implement what works from each, and TanStack Start is the perfect example since it took all the good parts of React Router and then they made it arguably better, which is great for us developers. React Router v7, TanStack Start, and Next.js all support the central features you would want from a meta framework, but with specific differences, strengths, and weaknesses. And for the URL, earlier of the code of Aurora is here, and the Next.js docs. So you can take a picture also just to see the code she wrote more. So that's hers, and this is mine. TanStack Start filter list also, name it filter list, and then the documentation of tanstack.com and everything in TanStack is here. I'm just going to say something. Also, if you're interested in verifying your React skills, learning React best practices, or even learning advanced topics, Aurora is currently building a React certification under the certificates.dev platform. So this certification will test your knowledge with questions and coding challenges that includes training content to guide you while preparing. So you can sign up for this release notification on the website. I think they're gonna release it next month, right? So we're ready for Q&A, and thank you. Again, hope you've learned a lot here.
Thank you so much. You have a mic? Okay.
Test mic, test mic.
I'm going to join y'all for a seat here. Thank you so much for that walkthrough. I think it was very nice seeing kind of the same thing built in multiple ways so we can really see the practicalities of both approaches. So great work there. You did share the links to the repos. That was like the first question we got was where can we find this code? So you're ahead of the game there. Whenever you are using some of these new features in React and Next, do you think either of these platform or either of these frameworks should be doing more to warn whenever you're maybe not utilizing things like use optimistic or some of the new features for better performance?
I can answer this. So actually, for Next.js, I was like suspending things and I was blocked in the beginning. And I know that there has been a lot of confusion about how to do this correctly. And Next.js really, or they announced at the recent conference that they're working on a new mode to give you warnings for these types of things when you are not suspending a dynamic component. So it's a mode called dynamic I/O. So there's also improvements happening here for that. Mm-hmm. Maybe for TanStack, I think you have some warnings there if you do it wrong, right? Or no?
Yeah, so in TanStack, we have ESLint there. So if you're writing it in a wrong way, it will inform you if you're using ESLint. I haven't seen anything like that in Biome. JS, so Biome is reformatting and linting tool, but I check it out. I don't see anything like so. ESLint if you're using TanStack.
Great. And at the end there, you did, I think, a really good roundup of maybe when you would choose one framework over the other, like TanStack for some of those heavy interactivity dashboards, stuff like that. But Aurora, maybe your perspective on this, if there's anything that you would like to add to that, of when you would maybe choose an SSR framework versus more of the client-first approach.
So again, it depends, and maybe if you don't need all the server-side features, you can also just go for TanStack Router, right? And just use all those features and the type safety and the DX of that. I know that TanStack Router was built for this case where there was an interaction-heavy dashboarding app with lots of search params management. So the project that Tanner was on, where he created the router, didn't need the server-side framework, right? Yeah.
Great. And then one last thing here. With all the new features like the use hook, which you get to use conditionally now, which is really exciting.
True, also.
Yep.
It's not actually a hook. That's why we say API.
That's fair.
Callable. It's very confusing.
But with a lot of the use transition, use optimistic, how do you see maybe some of these being utilized to benefit the world of design systems where you are kind of focusing more so on the component level? You can't really control how it's being used, but where do you see some of these playing roles in that area?
That's a very good question. So again, you'll notice these new hooks are like component bound, right? They're more for doing local optimistic updates or local pending states. And that's really nice for composition. It's just to the component only. And there's actually more features that I didn't showcase from React 19. For example, this one called use form status, which is exactly for design systems, sort of, where you can let this component handle its own loading state, like a button or something like that, which doesn't have to know anything else than just that it's inside a form, and it will just work. So that's kind of the relation to the design system, that these hooks can be in a specific component and doesn't have to know what's happening around it. It will still handle that interaction in that case, yeah.
Terrific. It keeps the components dumber, essentially.
Dumber, and of course, React is all about composition, and this is all component bound, which makes everything composable. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I would like to extend another thank you for your time, for sharing some great information, and I think unless there's anything else that's pressing, we can all take a break and be back here at 11. So thank you. One more round of applause for Devlin and Aurora.
Thank you.
As you go on your break, feel free to check out the art installations in the stairwell. And again, we do have t-shirts for sale, either 10 euros or honest contribution, whatever you want to pay. So thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
say staff on the back, but maybe if you pay an extra like $1 million, like Yuho was saying, we can get you a staff shirt for $1 million. I think that sounds fair. So as we all wander in here, our next block for Future Frontend is, yesterday we covered design systems. That's near and dear to my heart. This morning we covered React, also near and dear to the heart. But our next theme is accessibility, literally is the heart. So really excited for our next two speakers, really excited for the next two topics. That said, the next topic that we're going to be presenting is about the European Accessibility Act. We might be getting a little bit into the legalese, so I guess if you don't expect too much from this, I suppose. Let's keep the bar kind of low because it's legal mumbo jumbo. So with that, someone who's going to strive to make this better than I've made it sound is Mariana Osterland. Come on up.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. What a beautiful day to be here talking to you. Yes, accessibility and the standards behind accessibility. I usually start my talks with a statement of some sort. It might be a little bit bold or, something that could shock you. But for this one, it was a no-brainer because, I didn't even need to be creative for this because it's very much likely that you need to make some sort of changes in the way you work, in the way you code, in your processes. I'm about to talk about the European Accessibility Act. No legal advice, but yes, I'm going to talk about the law. Okay, hold on, I'll get my notes. Okay, gotcha. No, but seriously, legal stuff can feel tricky, especially if it's not your cup of tea. So my goal today is to give you the basics of the upcoming legal changes and kind of just tell you in an understandable way what's about to happen. And I really tried to go into my mentalist mode and, predict what you're thinking. And the first thing, I could imagine you sitting there and hearing that there is something new coming up that's going to change the way I work. Yes! Great, I need to change something. Excitement. And after the first excitement, the first serious question is, okay, does this concern me? Is this something I should be worried about? Well, after that, if you get to know that, okay, this is something that I should be worried about, the next questions most likely are, well, what is it? Now I'm curious about what it includes, that I know that I need to comply. Then what it means in practice. Why comes after that. And then, the inner skeptic in us is asking, what if I don't do it? What are the consequences? And I will try to answer all of these questions. So first, I will tell who the Act applies to, after which I'll tell what it means in practice, then why this is so important, and then, if you're still not convinced, the consequences of non-compliance. But yeah, I think it's a good time to introduce myself. Oh, I left some dust there. Hi, my name is Mariana Österlund, and I work as an accessibility specialist at Selko Digital. My focus is on the cognitive side of accessibility, which means understandability. I work a lot with plain language, for example. So if there's any technical questions in the Q&A section, I'll just pass them right over to Evis there. You're welcome. But yes, let's get this party started. So keep listening if you work with the following products or services. Obviously, I would want you to listen, the whole way through either way, but be extra careful. If you work with products such as computers and operating systems, if you work with ATMs, ticketing, check-in machines, basically self-service terminals, smartphones, TV equipment related to digital television services, e-readers, and if you work with services such as telecommunication services, audiovisual media services, passenger transportation services, e-book services, e-commerce platforms, and banking services. And because it's the European Accessibility Act, you most likely need to comply if you work with products and services previously mentioned, which are meant for individual customers in the market of the EU. And the thing about the new act is that it's really not bringing that much new into the technical or the digital side of accessibility. It rather just broadens the already existing legislation to even wider range of services. So basically when I'm telling you about this new act, everybody gets a recap of the already existing stuff. And obviously my focus is on digital accessibility today. Self-service, like terminals and stuff, these are services where the digital and physical accessibility are kind of combined. So there might be some additional requirements and things related to that, but we will keep it on the technical side today, or the digital side. Yeah, and also you need to comply if you work in the public sector, but that's already old stuff. Okay. Micro-organizations are off the hook for now. So the Act only applies to organizations which have over 10 employees, which means 10 or more, and which annual turnover is over 2 million euros, or their annual balance sheet total is over 2 million euros. But let's just say that if you would set up a new web shop or whatever, and you're expecting to grow rapidly, accessibility and this act is something you should take into account from the beginning, because everything is cheaper when you do it, you know, right away. I'll be using e-commerce as an example a lot today, because I'm assuming that's something that concerns quite many of us. In fact, I'm curious, if you work with e-commerce in some way, please raise your hand. Yeah, a few hands. Okay. But I just want to specify the context of e-commerce in this sense, because I don't know if it's just the translation thing, but at least in Finnish, e-commerce can be thought of, you know, merely like web shops, places where transactions happen, where the money flows, you know, where you can buy something. But in the sense of this act, e-commerce is also a service where a consumer can remotely make an agreement to purchase something. So if I was, you know, to book an appointment to the hairdressers through an app or a website, that would also count as e-commerce in this sense. And one good way to know if your business is subject to this is if it's subject to the consumer protection law. So these two go hand in hand. That should make it easier. So yeah, online retail stores, mobile shopping applications, digital marketplaces, subscription-based services, and online booking and reservation platforms. So I'll just ask, again, out of curiosity, do you work in e-commerce? I think maybe a little bit more hands. Okay, a lot of talking, but I really wanted to make this simple just to, you know, get a recap of what's been told. I made this little graph where you can check whether you need to apply or not. So the first question is, do you provide a service I earlier mentioned, which is meant for individual customers? If not, you most likely are not affected. Oh, and also, when we're thinking about B2B services, there might be some services that an individual can buy, even though it's B2B. It still is under this act, so you need to be careful there. Okay, If yes, the next question is, does your organization have over 10 employees, 10 or more? And by this, I mean the whole organization, not just the web shop or a part of the service. So the whole organization. Okay, if not, most likely you're not affected. If yes, the next question is your annual turnover over 2 million euros? Again, well, let's go the other way around. If yes, most likely you need to apply. And if not, the next question is your annual balance sheet total over 2 million euros? If not, you're most likely not affected. But if yes, you most likely are. And now, this is a good time to take a picture. I can pose for you. All right. Now that we know, let's talk about what this means. Okay, the purpose of the EAA is to harmonize accessibility requirements within the EU. And as I said before, this complements already existing EU directives, which is, for example, the Web Accessibility Directive. What this means in the legislation is that each member state can actually determine its own legislation. But the good news is that the basics are the same everywhere, so you're kind of safe, you know, because we're all in this together. That was a weird place for a musical segment. About the application, though, all businesses that are operating within the EU market, regardless of the country of origin, need to apply. So let's say that you have a business in the States, and your product or service can be bought from EU. You're offering your service to the market of the EU. You still need to comply, even if you don't have any physical presence. So if you haven't gotten a wedding invitation yet, I try to make it look pretty, so at least you have one save the date notice for this year. 28th of June, so in 1 month, is the day when the transitioning time ends to this act. So this has actually been around since 23. And after that time, services need to be accessible. And only accessible products can be placed in the EU market after that date. And those who comply, they get free movement. So if this is new to you, you might sweat a little bit. Don't worry, I'm too. But it's never too late. It's just, you know, you need to get this party started. Well, what it means in practice, let's go there. There are some requirements that are the same basically everywhere inside the EU. The first one is that the service needs to comply to VGAG 2.1a and AA levels. I'll talk about this in a bit. Then the service needs to provide an accessibility statement. And an accessibility statement is just a site on the website where the user can go and they can read about the accessibility issues that can be found in the service. So let's say I would be a blind user. Sorry for the stereotypical example, but that's you know, there's a reason why it's so widely used. Yeah, so I could go to the accessibility statement and read about the possible issues that could be found in the service so that I would know to prepare myself for those. Also, you would need to provide a feedback and complaint mechanism so that the user can tell you if there are some accessibility issues you haven't noticed yet or something they have troubles with. And then for e-commerce specifically, you need to give the accessibility information of the products that are placed in your web shop. And this is important because, you know, if you need accessibility, it's also good to know whether the product suits you, whether you can use it or not. But this information can only be given if you have the information, obviously. So if you don't get the information from the, producer or whatever, you can't do it. But if you get it, you need to put it out there. And also, in all EU countries, there is a designated supervisory authority who's taking care of supervising all of this. Well, these things might be different in each EU country. There could be some additional requirements. So in addition to the VGAG compliance, they might want you to go a little bit further. Also, the nature of sanctions is very different in some countries. In some countries, they might just, pat you on the head and be like, hey, could you? And in some countries, they might be like, there could be, okay, I'll talk about it later. And then also, what varies by country a lot is support and advisory services. So in some countries, you might get a lot of support in how to do accessible services. Some countries, not that much. And in some countries, for example, web shops have a reporting obligation not just to the users, but to the supervisory authority. This is, for example, in Finland. So we actually need to tell the supervising authority about the issues in the web shop or the service. But the bottom line and the purpose of all of this is to make services accessible. Make it accessible for everyone, regardless of the way how they use the internet, to remove barriers and make it more equal. And meeting these requirements, it's just the steps to get there. But okay, in practice, what does this mean? If we would have more time, I could run you through more of this, but I will just guide you to the guidelines. So the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines is something you should be looking up to when you're working with development. This is the guideline for example, websites and online stores that you could use, also suitable for mobile apps. And look into A and AA levels. Those are the levels that are required by the law. And the current version of this guideline is VGAG 2.1, but VGAG 2.2 is already published. And I recommend that you comply already now to 2.2, because in the future it's going to be in the legislation. It's not yet, but then you're already a few steps ahead. But what the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines does is that it gives you hands-on information on how to do your job. So it just gives you more tools. When we're thinking, service-wise, what to do. If you have an already existing service and this is new to you, first, assess the current state. It's important to know where you're at right now, so you know what to do next. And experts can help in that. Experts can provide you, for example, an accessibility audit, where you get to know the current state and the exact errors that are there, and also tips on how to fix it. Also, accessibility requires specialization. It's not, something that is forgiven. And you don't need to be a professional right away. You can learn as we go. And for example, in a good accessibility audit, you get a lot of information where you can learn, and then you know where to look more. But yes, also one important thing is that accessibility requires ongoing maintenance. It's not a one-time fix. So what we do every day actually shapes the level of accessibility. In many levels, it's not just code-wise, but when content is being produced in the service, new products are put up there, we need to know what we're doing so that we can keep up with the level. And because I can't teach you everything right now, I tried to gather some free resources where you can learn about accessibility. So there is the Web Accessibility Initiative. there is web accessibility in mind. Then you can also read more from Accessible EU, the European Commission initiative, the LI project, and Microsoft Accessibility Learning Resources. There you get some sort of tutorials, explanations, checklists, articles. That's a way to get started. And then you at least know where to look for more and where to learn more. All right, let's get to the why part. What is this all about? Well, accessibility is all about the users. And in fact, the best usability starts with actually being able to use the service, you know? Because for some users, if the service is not accessible, the imaginary door to the whole service or the shop would be closed and they wouldn't get in. So accessibility makes sure that everybody can do what they want to do. They could buy, and also it makes it more appealing for just anybody. That's the good perk of it. Also, it's your responsibility, for sure. But I also want to tell you a little bit more about the impact on people. So it is estimated that about 26.8% of individuals who are over 16 years old in the EU have some sort of disability, which means 101 million people. So that's quite a lot of people who are affected. And only half of disabled people actually use the internet. That's huge, I think. And one reason for that is that the service is not accessible. You actually just can't use it. It's too hard to use, or something else is wrong. Also, that means that millions of people are left outside of services without accessibility. So basically, impact on people has an impact on your business. Let's just put it that way. So 1 in 4 basically is affected, which means that 1 in 8 is excluded. So business-wise, some potential customers are left outside. In addition to, opening up your business to all its possible customers, there are other surprising perks of accessibility which you maybe don't think about right away. Well, usually when we start working with accessibility, we really need to think about the way we work in our everyday life, which leads to more unified ways of working. Because we have standards of how we do it more in the same way. It also leads to higher quality and robust in code, and just better design in general. All of this leads to more effective processes after the beginning, obviously. It means easiness, easiness for you because you know what to do, and easiness for your users who are enjoying the accessible products. This also can be seen in your brand. And also, one funny thing is that accessibility actually makes you stand out more in search engines. So it's easier for customers to find your service. And this is based on the fact that oftentimes when we do accessibility, we make the service more, we give the information about the content and the service to assistive technology. Search engines are also technology. So, when we do accessibility, the search engines get more information on what you are, offering, and then they can recommend it more effectively. And all of this leads to more customers and happier customers. Those who are already there are happier to use your services. For those who are not convinced yet, for the skeptic ones, I'll talk about the consequences of non-compliance. So what if you just decide to pass on this? There are actually some sanctions, and there is ongoing monitoring. So the national authorities are overseeing the compliance. For example, here in Finland, it's the Finnish Transport and Communications Agency Traficom. And possible consequences of violations include warnings and official notices, obligations to make improvements within a certain time span, financial penalties. For example, in Sweden, daily fines can be imposed until the service is accessible, that's a lot. And the worst case scenario is that the service could actually be removed from the market until it meets the requirements. So just to kind of put this together, EAA gives you the carrot and the stick in the same package. So it's like making accessible equal services, but also, if not, something unpleasant might happen. So let's just say that if equality, removing barriers, and that stuff doesn't motivate you, it's just, better safe than sorry. I hope you learned something new. I hope that you found the motivation to look into this matter more. And also, it's just important to talk about this in your workplace. It doesn't really matter from which level the information comes from, that, hey, here's this thing that we need to react to. The most important thing is to make the internet more accessible for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Round of applause, yes. Thank you so much for that. I think we're all appreciative of that not being your talk today, so well done on that. So as we switch out speakers here, we learn about I like to think of it maybe as the soft skills side of accessibility, sort of the implications of some of the changes that are happening. Fun fact, June 28th, when the European Accessibility Act takes effect, also my birthday. So really easy to remember. I've been counting this one down for a year or so now. But we're going to shift gears now, and we're going to look more on the technical side of accessibility, specifically as it relates to mobile apps. Our speaker here is one that, when I'm asked about mobile accessibility resources, I mostly just send the link to their LinkedIn page. So I think you're going to be in great hands with Eevis Panula. Give it up.
All right, hi, and thanks. I'm a bit nervous. Like, everything seems to be working from tech side, but it's always this small moment when you don't know if everything works. So yeah, okay. Let's start with some questions here. How many of you, like when you are developing user interfaces, how many of you consider accessibility in your development work? I'm really happy to see this many hands here. Then next question. If you test for accessibility, like any part of accessibility, how many of you do tests with actual like mobile devices, so not on like browser, on computer, and in this case, emulators, simulators, those count as mobile devices as well. So how many of you do that? I'm really glad to see some hands, but it wasn't as many as like in the first question. But I think you should, and that's basically what I'm going to talk about today. Well, the differences between like differences in accessibility between like desktops and mobile. Like, and when I say mobile, I mean both like mobile web and native mobile. But we're gonna get to that in a bit. Now is the like really okay. Scary moment. If everything is working, yes, it's changing the slides. My clicker is working, I'm happy. So before we go into the actual like topic today or the things that I'm going to talk about, a couple of words about myself. So hi everyone, my name is Eeva-Jonna Panula or Eevis Panula. I recognize the name Eevis better. So that's why I'm Evis everywhere. And I'm mobile accessibility developer. I think that's the word I'm using about myself right now. I'm still learning this new role, but basically what I do is that I help companies with mobile accessibility. So if you just realize that, oh no, our mobile app is not accessible, we have like no idea what we need to do before June 28th, let's talk after this talk. But yeah. The next thing I have here is that I'm Google developer expert for Android and Women Tech Mega's ambassador. So the past years I've been working mostly with Android and accessibility. That's what I was supposed to say in the previous point as well. And I really love to share what I've learned. So I write a blog, I speak at different events, and there's going to be a link to my blog later in the talk if you're interested in like mobile accessibility themed writings. I'm also a disabled person myself, and that's one of the reasons why I am so passionate about accessibility. I'm just trying to make the web, the mobile world, accessible for myself because I'm so freaking tired of being excluded sometimes. I could share you like one story from here because we actually have time for that. From this exclusion, if you have these huge parallax scrolling, if you have these huge elements that have parallax scrolling on your website, they are probably making me sick, like throw up kind of thing. And I'm speaking really literally here because I have I get motion sickness from those kind of elements. And if they don't, if the website doesn't respect the reduced motion setting, then I still see those animations and I might get really awful symptoms from that. So if you ever see those kind of, or if you need to develop those kinds of elements, think about me and then insert into your favorite search engine this what is reduced motion or remove animation setting and then how to comply with it, then I'm really happy. If you don't remember anything else from this talk, I'm really happy with that as well. But yeah, just getting back to my who am I kind of thing. When I don't do something work related, I do sports basically, or I knit. And my pronouns are she and they. But yeah, getting back to what we are actually talking about today, of course, I hope that you will remember something about the things that I'm going to talk about next, even if I said that I would be happy about you just remembering about the reduced motion stuff. That's actually, if I remember correctly, that's something that I spoke about when I was speaking in React Finland a couple of years ago, so you can check a talk from there. But yeah, I think I'm just rambling now, and I'm trying to get back to my topic here. So yeah, what are we talking about today? We're gonna first talk a bit about differences between desktop and mobile, in general, not from accessibility point of view. I just want to remind us all of the differences that these platforms have. And then we're going to spend the majority of the time with the actual accessibility differences and what to consider there. So yeah, I noticed that I'm a bit nervous and I just need to kind of say it out loud so that I can live with it. Okay, yeah, I should not have said that, probably. All right, so now that my slides are there, so let's talk about the differences between desktop and mobile interfaces or desktop and the platforms, I could use the word here. And for some, the things that I'm going to say might feel really yeah, of course we know these, but at least for myself, these have been something that I've needed a reminder about when I was a web developer before switching to Android, actually. So I needed this reminder sometimes, and so I think that it's useful to be reminded of these things once in a while. So what are some differences between desktop and mobile interfaces or platforms? First of all, the navigation is different. On desktop, average user is usually using a mouse for navigating around the interface there. Then there are some who use a keyboard, but they are more of a minority compared to the mouse users, but still I wanted to mention it here. But still, if I had to pick one, it's the mouse. And then on mobile, it's touch. And these already bring some differences on especially for the web, when you are building the same interface that's used on both, when somebody navigates to your website on computer and then on mobile device. Then some other differences here. It's good to remember that on mobile, hover action is not available. And this might be, again, something that, yeah, of course, but if a website has some functionality or information that's displayed only on hover, it's not available on mobile, unless it's made available with something like clicking or something else. But it's not automatically available there. So it's good to remember that hover is not available on mobile. And then another difference is that mobile interfaces actually have less space. And this usually leads to these, different kinds of design decisions. One of them that I hate a lot is the fact that usually, if a desktop has buttons that have icons, these icons usually have some sort of label there. So let's say there's a button that has some sort of icon, and then it has a text edit there. I'm not even going to try to describe the icon there, because there are so many different edit icons out there. But then, when I open the same site on my mobile phone, then it just the label is gone and the icon is the only thing there. It's usually really hard to understand what I can do with that button. Even if I've been using the user interface for a longer time, I still have problems with remembering these kind of things. So I really don't like the way that sometimes user interfaces when they if it's first designed for desktop, then when it's the second design is for mobile, then there is just the one decision is that let's take some information away, for example. And that's hard for me personally, because I have issues with memory there. But yeah, that's still a difference there. So that there is less space, so we need to make, with less space, we need to still provide all the same information than what's available for desktop, for example. All right. Now we've been talking about general differences there, and I've been ranting a bit about my experiences. But now I want to move into the actual accessibility considerations related to most of these are related to mobile, or I'm looking at these from the mobile perspective, because usually, from my experience, devs usually know more from the desktop perspective and how they use these things like assistive technologies. If they know, then they know it on computers. So I'm looking at this more from the mobile point of view, in a sense. All right. So, the first thing I want to talk about is that screen reader navigation is different on mobile than on if you are doing something on your computer or testing it with your computer. And especially from the developer point of view, I have to admit that when I was a web developer, I was doing also some accessibility testing for the user interfaces that I was developing. And I have a Mac, had a Mac back then. I was using VoiceOver, which is Mac's screen reader. And I used to I tested the desktop websites. Yeah, no big deal. It's not actually recommended to use VoiceOver as the first screen reader testing, screen reader for testing, but I was still using it, and yeah, that's that there. But I was using it also for testing mobile websites. So I just had my browser open. I opened developer tools. I just checked the mobile layout there, and I did the testing with the same screen reader. And okay, I could find some issues there, and I could fix them, but I should have tested with actual phone and actual phone screen reader, because they work a bit differently under the hood than for example, the VoiceOver on my Mac. And for iPhones, the screen reader that it's mostly used is also called VoiceOver, but it still works a bit differently because it's it's different operating system there. And for Android, the most used is called TalkBack, and that's also a built-in for most devices. But I should have used those instead of my Mac's VoiceOver. So it's good to remember, if you do screen reader testing, I'm not saying that everybody should do it, but if you do screen reader testing, remember to test with actual devices for mobile sites as well. And of course for mobile apps, but this is more of a reminder for websites. Yeah, all right. Then, now that we have this slides again there, the next point is about alternative navigation and the differences on desktop and mobile. And when I talk about alternative navigation, I talk about different tools and assistive technologies such as, physical keyboard. If you are using a physical keyboard for navigating around, people do that with even with mobile phones. Switch access, voice access, and other similar ways of navigating around the phone, for example, are the ones that go under the alternative navigation here. And again, here, it's good to remember that these, on phones, on actual phones, they behave a bit differently technically. So if you do testing, remember to test with both actual phone, or in some cases simulator, emulator, depending on the operating or a phone you're targeting or operating system you're targeting. So yeah, that was basically what I wanted to say about this one. Then we are going to talk about orientation and how locked orientation is a problem. And if you've been developing just for web, this might be something that you've never really thought about. And there's a reason for it, because usually this is not an issue for websites if they've been built in a responsive way. But then if you've been developing any native apps, then you've probably run into this theme, and maybe also into, if you've ever thought about it or discussed about it, there are really strong opinions around is it a problem if orientation is locked? And when I'm talking about locked orientation or orientation in general, I'm talking about a phone, it can have like two orientation. It can be in portrait mode or orientation or like that's a vertical one. So the way that most of us use our phones, if it's just like not a flip phone or something like that. And then landscape orientation, horizontal mode. So if you flip the phone into a horizontal position, I should have a like phone here to display, but I have too many things on my hands. And I'm gonna have a like example in a coming slides about this. But like, okay, I've told you that this is a problem and that there are strong opinions, but why does this actually matter? Well, from accessibility point of view, imagine you're a person who uses, for example, a wheelchair, and your phone is mounted on a wheelchair, and it's in like one orientation or one position. You can't turn it to like from landscape to portrait or from portrait to landscape. It's always in one like orientation. And if the apps or websites don't work with both orientations, well, if you're unlucky and the orientation you've picked is not the one that most of the apps work with, so it's portrait, then, well, it might be really hard to use your phone, actually. And this is like, as mentioned, on websites or mobile websites, this is not that much of a problem. There are some problems that I'm going to talk in a bit about a bit more, but especially with native mobile apps, I'm going to give you some numbers here. So this State of Mobile App Accessibility, a report about, well, mobile app accessibility was released, like the first one was released in April, I think, and it tested 50 like the most popular apps that they found from 5 different categories, and for each app they had like, or each category they had these like different user paths that they were testing, and from the views that they were testing, under 10% actually supported like both landscape and portrait orientation. Or in other words, over 90% of the views did not support like switching the orientation, so they were locked into one orientation there. And well, I told you about the like possible situation where like somebody would want to actually use the like their phone in, let's say, landscape orientation. Well, 90% of the apps, or over 90% of the apps, don't support that. And that's, well, it sucks to be in this world with the non-accessible apps, actually, if you actually need the, this like feature there. And I'm going to give you, now that the slides are up there again, I'm going to give you a couple of examples of the problems here. So let's first talk about the web. This is like, I was using my phone on landscape orientation. This is a screenshot from this Ilkka Pohjalainen, which is a newspaper from Etelä-Pohjanmaa, Pohjanmaa area. So I'm originally from Seinäjoki. So like I wanted to bring something from Seinäjoki here. And okay, like it's in horizontal mode there, and you could read things, like if there wasn't a picture but some text, you could read it. But there's one thing. So there is a fixed top bar, which is always visible. And okay, in this case, it doesn't take that much of screen estate. But let's say if I had my like the font size as the largest, the like top bar could have scaled to be much like have more height or take more space there. Or if the website had fixed bottom bar as well, and then some chat button somewhere there, that already takes a lot of space. And for somebody using their phone in a like horizontal position or landscape mode, it doesn't leave that much space for the content there. So the one thing that's a problem for the mobile web is actually fixed elements. So if there's a fixed top bar, bottom bar, or something like that, they can create problems or even barriers for usage. Then for the mobile, like native mobile. So here is a screenshot from Polar's app, and I wanted to give or add a training target, I think. Yep. And I was using my phone in like horizontal mode here, but the orientation here is locked to portrait, which is really, really, really common for like apps, as mentioned before. And let's just say that if I was using my phone on landscape mode on regular basis, I probably wouldn't use this app. I would just switch to some other app that supported like portrait orientation. And like one more thing about orientation before we are moving on to the next topic is that, you know, Marianne was talking about the legal requirements, and I have like, if you are thinking that like supporting landscape orientation is something that you're not going to do, but you are actually, like you need to be compliant with the European Accessibility Act and everything that was discussed before, well, supporting like both orientations actually is part of web content accessibility guidelines. I don't remember the exact success criteria, but like apps need to actually support both orientations. And that's going to be like a surprise to many, like at some point, because as mentioned, there are strong opinions around this topic in the native app world, at least. All right, then I'm going to talk a little bit about scaling font sizes or bigger font sizes or like dynamic size on, I think that was the name on iOS. But the situation when user changes the default font on their phone to be bigger than, well, the default one. And there are some statistics, for example, from app that, if I remember correctly, about 25% of users on both Android and iOS turn the font size bigger than the default one. So that's actually a like really big group of people. They don't all turn it to the biggest size, but still, like I personally actually use my phone with a bigger font size, and I already see some problems on my on the apps that I'm using. But it's just like 1 or 2 bigger than the default. But like for those who use it on the biggest, well, there are lots of problems. As you can see in a bit, I have a couple of examples there. But like on web, yeah, I have good news. These usually work well if like the website has been made in a responsive manner. So that's actually like a key to many things. But like, well, yeah, then usually like the elements on the page flow in a nice way and they don't overlap or anything. So like with font sizes, like there are kind of 2 things. You need to actually support the changing of font sizes, and then the other thing is that your UI needs to support that the fact that like when font size scales up or when the text is bigger, it takes more space, and then like the UI elements need to like flow based on that so that they are still usable. And I have a couple of examples from these all are from native apps that I'm using, for all of these, I turned my phone's font size to the biggest one, and my phone's like display size also to the biggest one. So like there's not that much space available. If you want to do some testing, go to your phone's accessibility settings and then like change the font size to the biggest, and you're going to find some things like the following things that I'm going to show. So the first one is a day selector. This is from Polar's app as well. And like you can choose the day that you wanna, which data you want to look at. And here, because each of these like day items, which have like the name of the day, so like month, you, wed, and so forth, and then the number of the day, they have like fixed width, and when the font size scales up, these things don't fit into that, and they actually have fixed height as well, I think. So like the numbers and texts are overlapping here. Then here is an example from Helen's. So Helen's, I think it's Oma Helen app. And so here, when the font size scales up, the date, because it's like one string, it doesn't flow into two, it doesn't fit into the width that's given to it. But then like these two items, like the end date with the date and billing method, which is e-invoice, 12 bills yearly, they still are in a row, so they don't feel, flow into a column there when there is not enough space for them to be sort of together in a row. This is a good example of the things that happen with bigger font sizes. And then there's the one more thing. I still had the biggest font size set there, and HSL's app didn't, like the text buy a ticket and your tickets, they did not scale. And I just want to say that like when a user changes their font size to bigger one, they usually have a reason for it. It's usually related to vision, which means that if the website or app doesn't support scaling of that like text or font size, it might be that they don't see what's in there, like they can't get the information there. And it might mean that they can't make, for example, a purchase, which means like from a company's perspective that a company doesn't get money. So if we just want to talk about this, like not from user perspective, but from a company perspective. But yeah, these were some common things that I see with bigger font sizes. So yeah, I feel like I had something I was supposed to say here, but I'm just gonna go to the next one, and this is the last point. And I want to talk about web views. And web views are sort of a hybrid thing for mobile web and native mobile. So if you're building a native mobile app and you want to include a view from your website into the native app, you can use web views for that. But as a mobile developer, I recommend just building, if possible, building the view from the native components, because web views usually create a lot of headaches, a lot of bugs, not just accessibility bugs, but in general bugs. So they are I would say they are not the first. They should not be the first decision for especially bigger apps. Of course, if you are prototyping, but if you're actually building something for your customers, then I do not recommend. But they also cause some accessibility problems and issues, and I have one example here. So this is from Postis, so Finnish Post's app, Oma Posti, and it's a view where I could check all my sent parcels, which there are none there. And I was testing it with a Switch device, and there is on the top left corner, there is an arrow which has a blue rectangle around it, and that blue rectangle is actually a focus indicator for the Switch device or Switch access that I was using, so I could see where it goes. When I pressed this back button, I expected that it would go to the previous previous view that I was like checking, or well, whatever back button does. So that was my expectation. Well, this happened. It opened a browser and with an XML view. And I know it's really like small text. I'm going to tell you what's in there. It just tells that access denied. So like instead of getting back to the previous like view, I just got an XML document with access denied. And that was something I did not expect. I also tested this, like the back button with talkback with keyboard navigation and some others, and this did not happen. So it was just with the switch access. And when I was testing with talkback told me about the web views that are in this app. So that's why I'm like assuming that this is part of the web view behavior. I'm not like 100% sure. So if you're a developer from Postian, you know that this is not about web views. I believe you. But I've seen this kind of behavior before with web views when I've been testing different apps that have used web views. So yeah. All right. Now we are coming to the end of the talk, and I kind of like I've been talking about different things related to mobile apps and like how they like the accessibility on mobile, so both mobile web and native mobile differs from like desktop. And I think like I just want to leave you with one thought. When you are like if you're working with accessibility, if you're building, if you're testing things on like well related to accessibility, I just want to say that test, don't assume. And with this I mean that like test with mobile apps, like with actual mobile devices, and don't assume that everything works because it works on like for example desktop, because well there are different considerations there. So yeah, I feel like I had something else here, but I have not written it down, so I'm just gonna continue to my next slide and say thank you for listening. My name is Eevis Panula, and if you want to find me, my like social media or my blog, they're all on my website, which is eevis.codes, so eevis.codes, which is also my Blue Sky handle and Instagram handle, and probably some other handle too, not everywhere, but it's like what I go by. So yeah, thank you for listening, and I think
We'll have Q&A. Round of applause. Thank you. And for the Q&A, Mariana, if you could also join us on stage again. I think the sitting has been going well, at least for me. I'm not going to complain about it. So thank you so much for those talks. Like I said, I'm particularly interested and passionate about accessibility, so I love seeing others here advocating for it and talking about the nuances and intricacies of this area. And based on our questions, there's other people who are also quite interested in this area. So one of the first questions that came in regarding the accessibility statements for the European Accessibility Act, if there are no known accessibility issues on the website, is the accessibility statement still needed?
I don't believe that. Working with accessibility, I haven't seen a website ever that doesn't have a single accessibility issue. It might be that it's not been audited properly. But if that would happen, you could still have the accessibility statement there and just tell that you're perfect. Way to go there. But still, I don't believe it.
And I think that you are still required to have it, right? Like even if, let's imagine that this happens.
Yeah. And then because you should always provide the place for accessibility feedback, you should provide the information to the supervising authority, and also yeah, those kinds of things, the accessibility statement is the right place for. So it's still good to be there.
Great. Yes, I would greet that with the same amount of skepticism. Yes. But a question here that I have struggled with myself, and I'm sure many other people in here have, based on all the thumbs up reactions, is how can I convince the UI team, the design team, that icon-only buttons and UI elements aren't obvious to everybody? How do I get away from this design pattern in context of the accessibility of icon-only elements?
Well, I would say always think that you have your grandma next to you. She would have a lot of questions relating to the buttons, and then also, or the icons, but also there are some cultural differences. Different things and images mean different things in different cultures, so it's just double checking. And then there's also the benefit from the visible label of, it's just, making sure that everybody knows what to do. And then I think there's some screen reader benefit, right? So it reads out loud the function of the button.
Yeah, for that particular one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think well, first of all, I hear where the person who asked this is coming from, because I've had a lot of discussions with designers and trying to debate on different decisions, if they are accessible and if we could actually do them in an accessible way. And unfortunately I've lost many times these debates. So that's an unfortunate thing. But one thing that I've found working, not in every instance and every time, is actually bringing real stories, telling real stories of the people. Of course, I can personally tell some stories because, well, some things, when they are inaccessible for me, I can tell my story. But then there are other stories to tell, and finding, for example, users who have problems with that one design pattern. It's usually people usually, when we are sort of forced to encounter other people, we tend to be more empathetic. Yeah, that word is really hard, but there's usually empathy. No, I'm not even gonna try. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's my answer here.
Terrific. Yeah, I've learned that the more you think about people and less about users, it's easier to bring more empathy into your software development. I think the last question we're going to cover here, and why I'm saying this is the last, is this is definitely hella open-ended. But in my experience, you're not alone, whoever asks this. In my experience, many devs, design teams, all know that accessibility is important, yet the product at the end of the day is very rarely accessible, compliant to even single-A, much less double, triple-A standards. Why do you think this is? What are the most common reasons behind this phenomenon?
One thing might be that accessibility has not been there from the beginning, which is always a big thing. And then also, maybe if the ones who are paying for the service don't know about accessibility, and it really takes time sometimes to make those changes and make good accessible code. If they're not there, if they're not supporting, they might not just, pay for the effort. So those are very common things.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the last years, and of course, I'm a developer, so I'm looking at this from a developer point of view, and I've been around developers. But I think that when we've been generally talking about accessibility, it has been mostly about technical accessibility, or well, it might have been about the content and everything. But the point of view has been from the from those who are well, developing, testing, designing, and not that much like, or not the point of view, but like the target, that's the word I was looking for. So the target has been like devs, designers, testers, and like people around there, like the ones who do the implementation in a sense. But the target has less been about product people or like others on that end of the like, well, creating a product line, sort of.
And also one thing to add, one thing that's very common is that there are suddenly so many accessibility experts I've noticed, and they provide a quite big range of services, and the quality is not always the best. So you might have somebody do an accessibility audit, and it's not quite there, which leads to the fact that you're not making it better in the right way. So you're just, all of the aspects aren't covered. So even though you would make the audit, you would make some changes, the result would not be accessible because there's been flaws in the process, let's say it that way.
You mean someone is trying to capitalize on a law in a business, whether they're qualified for it or not?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, yes.
Okay, that's...
And it's very hard as a customer, when you're buying accessibility services, it's very hard to determine whether you're buying it from an actual expert or from somebody that's not that familiar with the subject.
So to follow up on that, if you are part of an organization and you're looking to acquire an expert level accessibility audit to become compliant for the upcoming act, what would you look for in a provider who offers an accessibility audit? What would you look for from them to reassure you in your decision making that you're getting the quality audit that you're expecting?
I would ask a lot of questions. I would ask what the background of the testers or auditing people is, what kind of projects you've done, what kind of customers you have, what kind of references you have, and the quality of the references is the biggest thing. And also if they can be open about their process, if they can show some form of report, some example report, those are the things that can make you more convinced, even though if you wouldn't be an accessibility expert yourself.
Yeah, and I think the price is like a good giveaway because if it's really cheap, it usually is not quality, unfortunately. And if there is something like you can get this thing for free, it's usually not quality. So like that's like an unfortunate thing, and I'm not trying to like trash anyone here or anything, but that's just an unfortunate fact that I've noticed as someone who is, well, I'm not auditing myself, I'm just fixing issues, and then I get to see these audits and like those kind of things, and because I have like the knowledge, I'm an expert, I also can look at those audits that, okay, like this is not enough, and I know, and I can like, well, there's a good word for that, like, well, review the results or like, I know if they are quality. So like, that's like, pricing is a good giveaway as well.
And that's because accessibility testing requires manual testing. That's what makes it high quality. And that's why it's also more expensive compared to like automated testing, which finds only a small portion of the problems.
It makes me think of the classic accessibility overlay, making things like guaranteed 100% accessibility, and it's like, what does that even mean? But yeah, lawsuits are taking care of that for us. So on that note, we have quite a few other questions. Will you two be hanging around the conference the rest of today?
At least for the lunch. I will have to slide away, but you can always send me a message on LinkedIn or whatever, and I'll try to answer it.
Yeah, I will be here longer, so.
Awesome. So if we did not get to your question, I encourage you to come speak to them while you're walking around the hallway today. I'm sure they'd be happy to engage and talk more about accessibility with y'all. So with that, let's give another round of applause for Mariana and Avis.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And with that, we will send everyone out for lunch. Enjoy, and we will be back here, I believe, at 1 o'clock. So enjoy. See you soon.
Toinenkin on hukas. No niin. Joo, tää on hyvä. Mä oon puhunut Jussi Ervonen, kyberturvallisuuskeskusjohtaja, puhua siitä, että kuinka tietoturva on tärkeää eikä kuinka vaikeaa. Joo. Pitäisikö tuolla näkyä jotain? Joo. Oot mä heitän mirrorin tosta noin, niin kivempi. Yes. Joo. 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 Slidit ei oo tummat.
Se oli joku tummentunut siinä päällä.
Ei tietääkseni.
Mutta he näkyy tolleen, että siinä oli joku tämmönen, että sen valitsijan screen,
Niin, joo. Siinä kohti, kun oli, että pidetäänkö tää setupi vai? Joo.
sen huomasin, että se olisi pystynyt tuolta niitä mitkään pienemmät tuolta mikseristä tuolta, niin se silleen kannattaa melkein, että jos on liian isolla, niin sitten pienentää. Sanoo, puhuu eri tavalla, aina niin tavallaan kuvia vaihtuu, niin sitten nostaa ne kautta ne kaksi. Eikä täällä on vähän hassusti nämä vähän niin kuin tansilla kaksi.
Yes. Vessassa voisin käydä ja napata lautasen salaattia ja sitten tulla tähän. Joo. Finnish National Cyber Security Center.
Siihen tosiaan olisi sitten niin tuolla videolla eikä viime kädessä. Istupa alas, niin mä kerron uudestaan sen. Älä on niin ADHD. Niin siis tuo Wirecastissa toimii sillä tavalla, että siihen saa kameroita kiinni ja siihen saa remingiperiaatteessa kiinni. Mutta jos tosiaan niin siinä on yli omalla koneella justina ja sitten on vaikka 2 tyyppiä olemassa liikkeelle yli. Ja Wirecastissa on tosiaan Wirecastin palvelun kautta löytyy linkit niille puhujille, voi sitä antaa sen linkin tätä kautta. Niin sitten sä voit samalla tavalla kuin jos kytket kamera kiinni, niin sä pystyt sitten feidaamaan sisään sen puhujan omalta rakentaa videomuodolla. Väkevimmässä monissa pystyy 12 puhujaa ottamaan omalla kameralla vastaan. Siinä on äänen käsittely, se on äänen miksattelu, käyttää läppäriin mikkiä, niin automaattisesti. Tietenkin paras on, että ne käyttää headsettiä. Tuossa REST-streamissä on tosiaan sisällökellä kans tuo, että saa omalla sourcella opettaminen. Eli jos saa vaikka striimaa HDMIin kautta tällainen semmoinen tolle, että on selkeä HDMI sisään. Siitä on semmoisia, että voi käyttää HDMIin pelikoneelta, mutta sen toisen monitorin niitä on semmoisia, että nyt se menee läpi siitä.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm always speaking too close to the mic. I'm so sorry if I'm breaking your ears. Okay. Not so happy, but at least fed. Okay. Next theme is super important for us as developers, and I feel like still we know way too little about it. First speaker of the our theme session is Jussi Ranen. He's from Finnish National Cyber Security Center. Yes!
Yeah, thanks. It's a mouthful. In Finnish, it's Liikenne- ja viestintäviraston kyberturvallisuuskeskus, so yeah, you need to remember that. It doesn't like roll off your tongue. So, Jussi, hi. Some words about myself. I don't usually do this, but I thought that it might be helpful to you. I've been working for the NCSC for 19 years now, but before that, I started in cyber in 99, and I was working for the University of Oulu in the secure programming group. So basically, the first 7 years of my career was about breaking software. So we broke a lot of software and found bugs, and there were a lot of implications related to that. My favorite one being that a military guy later told me that they had to recall their submarines a bit earlier than planned because, well, there was a bug in the submarine system, so they had to fix those. So after some time of doing that and hearing these stories, it started to become very apparent to me that, well, this is serious business, this software and vulnerability. Software has eaten the world, and therefore we are all prey to the vulnerabilities, and that was my starting point. My research started to orient towards trying to understand the scope of our dependency with software and therefore the extent of how the vulnerabilities threaten our lives. And as a lucky break, I got into, it was then CERT-FI, Computer Emergency Response Team Finland, and now it's the Cybersecurity Center, which is like the same thing but sexier and bigger, I guess. And there, I got involved into the other side of the table, trying to, instead of breaking stuff, trying to figure out how to fix it and how not to keep it broken. So that worked out pretty well for me. I look at a lot of incidents. I'm unlucky for me, this week is my duty officer week. Somebody else is watching the phones right now, but I'll have to go back at some point to do that. But I've seen a lot of stuff. And while I'm not a coder per se, yeah, I can code. We need to do our own tools because, well, I haven't yet found the National Cybersecurity Center shop anywhere, so we could buy our tools from. So we have to take the enterprise tools and open source tools and try to stitch and weld across those and try to make it work and try to make it integrate with each other in order to rescue the world, or Finland in our case. So I'm not a professional coder. I know a lot about vulnerabilities. I know something about code, and I hope that that is enough for this session. So this works like I talk first, and then Zach, and then you get to ask questions. I would love for you to ask questions straight away, but not today. So I already stated that vulnerabilities are serious business. Luckily, the world around us gives abundant examples of that case. And I wanted to highlight some of these cases that might be closer to your world as I perceive it. When I said that I'm not a coder, I mostly know JavaScript by analyzing malicious JavaScript, which is like looking at minified, obfuscated JavaScript, which is not fun. But lately, the session mix-up kind of vulnerabilities have been in the vogue. So that's something that, in my understanding, is quite near your alleys. There's this famous one from S-Pankki. There was one from Nordnet. Luckily, I don't know enough about these cases, so I can talk about them. So in my understanding and guessing, many of these vulnerabilities have a lot to do with either session management, load balancing, caching, or well, that's pretty much covers it. So these kind of consequences can exist. The security people always have to first start with the sexiest example up front, otherwise we lose our license. Usually the consequences are not that severe. Usually it's an XSS in the web front, for example. But even in those cases, some of the users might actually suffer a lot. This is from a couple of months back, where it turned out that some government agencies were, for some reason or another, using webmails which were vulnerable and ended up losing their secrets. So what you code is actually might matter to somebody a lot more than you might originally think, which is kind of like the theme here. Nowadays, the attack trend that has been increasing in the last few years is related, though, to the supply chain. And this is a common example of, well, it's from Friday. As I said, I'm the duty officer, so I look at all the news, so I could just pick and choose that. Okay, these are this week's vulnerabilities that really I chose this one to illustrate the fact that when you are responsible for a piece of code and publish it out there and fail to do due diligence in maintaining, for example, a repository, it turns out that other people start using your software, your libraries, and, for example, a slip-up, a malicious committer, some occurrence by which the repository goes into the wrong hands, someone will try to enter code to steal people's secrets. And it's really hard to tell in these cases where the piece of software, the library, is being used. This is from the NIST standard related to supply chain management, and I think it illustrates the point pretty clearly. When you as an organization choose, or contributor choose the packages that you want to trust, the transitive dependencies that are included in those pieces of software are difficult because, well, you kind of tend to focus on the nearest dependencies. And the transitive dependencies, the deeper down the chain they go, the amount of work to look through those increases, and the transparency related to why am I looking at this piece of code is disappearing, which is what this picture is trying to illustrate. And this goes for organizations buying things related to infrastructure, related to code, but it also is related to coding in a bit more limited sense. Of course, nowadays, the other potential attack that you might encounter is also related to dependency management, supply chain management, but at another angle. So instead of targeting the users of the code, some attack groups, for one reason or another, seem to target the developers. In this case, this was a nasty example where these packages from these popular frameworks had destructive code in them. So basically, you start to build a new project, you import a package, the package has some code that it runs while installing it, and actually that triggers the destructive routines. So they try to destroy as much of your development environment as possible. And this is why I think the current best practice is to try to separate the build environments as much as possible in order to avoid these attacks, and at the same time try to avoid making these kinds of codes yourself, the codes where when you install something, there's a lot of I don't know where this code came from that is being executed while you pull in a package. And I'm repeating myself because it's my understanding that, for example, in the Node.js ecosystem, the problem of trying to figure out the dependencies is particularly hard. I've been working in AI a lot lately, mostly with Python, and I have like problems with trying to make production systems of a library with 100 dependencies. And I thought that was bad, but boy, this is something that is on a different scale already. So this just tries to develop the point home that you really need to isolate the systems, and you really need to try to minimize this footprint because, well, it creates problems for everyone. The other problem that it gives you is vulnerability management, and this is a graph from Scientia. I think it's a couple of years back, but I don't think the problem has changed a lot. For many organizations that use a multitude of different software projects, have resulted in a situation where they realize that for any given 10 million vulnerabilities that appear in the wild, they can only fix 1 million. So they only can patch 1 out of the 10 packages because, well, it's a lot of work, and they need to try to prioritize the patches and try to make sure that all the poke you in the eye kinds of problems are removed, but that doesn't really protect you in the end from persistent attackers that really try to find pathways into your systems. So that's, I guess, my first lesson for today. If you can avoid adding dependencies, please do so. It was, I forgot to change the heading. It is supposed to read possible solutions, and I stumbled across a solution in the previous slide already. So I'm not mostly here to talk about problems. At least I'm trying not to. That's cyber people usually do that. They come to scare people. Boo. And well, now you're scared. So I believe I've done that already. So I'm trying to move ahead from the problems towards the solution space. And the good news, I can tell you up front, I don't think it's that hard. So the basics are pretty simple, and the basics are just being a good developer, which I believe you know much more about than I do. So the first thing that I would say is important, apart from the dependencies, which kind of like got a sneak entry into the solution space, is trying to make sure that you have as little as possible of the problems of the code now, pay later kind variety. So if you can refactor your code so that there is no surmounting the, let's say, the state debt of US size heap of debt anywhere that you know about that, okay, I should really rewrite this whole server thing or these modules, the easier it will be for you in the end. And this is hard. I know that it is hard from personal experience, but I don't think it's talked about as much because, well, technical debt is a problem that's beneath the surface. So it's nothing obvious, but it's something that, well, if you're a dutiful coder, will keep you awake at night, and okay, you will know about these. And I think trying to eliminate that will not only prevent non-security related bad things from happening, but also much of the security related things, because, well, the code that isn't there will not hurt you. The other thing that I want to encourage anyone to do is to do threat modeling. So basically, I often get asked that how to do that threat modeling. Well, my kind of threat modeling is bring everyone that you know that has a stake in a system, knows something about it, expects something about it. Take them to a room, lock the door, have a whiteboard in the room before locking the door, and then explain or have them explain for you how they think the system works, how you think the system works, how the system is architected. And okay, then you have usually you have a graph. And for this graph, try to think of all the ways that can go wrong. It's as simple as that. And I encourage you to take the users and other non-tech people there, because, well, they have probably viewpoints that you didn't think of. And that's why it's useful. There are some mnemonics, that's a hard word, that you can use if you want. This is one of them, stride. So basically, for each of the nodes, you ask yourself, you ask everyone, okay, here we have a real estate agent. Is it possible that someone spoofs the identity of this person? Is it a problem if somebody spoofs the identity of this person? Is the spoofing different when it's related to sign-in, it's related to different functions of the software? And if you can't think of anything else, you go through each of the node and each of the edge and each of these, and, well, that should be pretty comprehensive. I know that in practice, it might not be as simple as that because, well, things are quite large. So there are some elephants that you don't want to try to swallow with one go. So here you need to also focus to concentrate on the stuff that really matters and start from there. I don't think that you really should stop. Usually there's enough development refactoring going on that things will change. There's attacks develop, and the new developments should be taken into account. And that's why I think it's a continuous process. It's not a... I think Antti Vähäsipilä has the greatest term ever, the security end-of-level boss. So I don't think that security should be the end-of-level boss of your arcade. It should be a companion that walks you through the way of your adventure. So basically trying to make sure that in every step have some thoughts about security. And that's how they don't surmount to be the technical debt related to security in your program. The rest of the basics, I think, in my opinion, are much related to common good practices. And I tried to label these as quality management, but that's probably a misnomer. The idea is that there are some things that you can set up before coding a lot. You can agree on before doing a lot of development. I know that at least for me, the development is the fun part. But so you need to start coding as quickly as you can. But if you do any of this prior to doing a lot of other work, you will be probably saving your time and your nerves a lot. So make sure that you have some idea of which languages should you select. It also goes for which libraries should you select, which paradigms you should select. If you can involve some ideas related to security in there, that's a good thing. For an example from another world is Google is trying to promote the usage of Rust in the Android operating system. And what they found out that using Rust hasn't eliminated vulnerabilities. Nothing will eliminate vulnerabilities, but it has resulted to a situation. I wish I'd had a slide, but I only thought about this now here. It has resulted in the situation where there is relatively little new code that introduces memory safety related vulnerabilities, because most of the new code is written by Rust, and Rust pretty much, if you do it right, if you don't use unsafe, eliminates much of the memory safety vulnerabilities. That's a usual example. And I think the rest is code conventions, version control conventions. I think you know much more about these. Try to agree among yourselves on how to code and how not to code and how to bring in changes. But the latter two are probably familiar, and I hope they are really familiar, but I don't know. I know that CI/CD is. So basically making sure that your code is up to spec at any given point of time. That is good for functionality, that's good for robustness, but it's also good at security, especially if you have the checker tools in the loop. Of course, you would have linters. That's not a security tool per se, but it has very obvious benefits for security. But if you can include any kind of code checker, even trying to find any secrets that you commit to a repository by mistake or anything like that, anything will give you benefits. You could use dynamic test suites, dynamic test suites, and those will really help you. The other big portion that I think helps a lot is I try to label them on the life cycle management. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Make sure that your tooling is up to spec, it's updated, it's secure. All the if you have any configurable parameters, make sure that you have selected them thinking about security at some point. This is the good examples that come to mind come from compiled languages where you can really say that, okay, this is non-executable stack, but you probably know what I'm talking about. Secret management came in already, but that also goes for the runtime part as well, making sure, for example, it's not directly related, but I'll tell you anyway. If you make sure that the secrets are not logged, they are not a part of the kinds of parameters that get logged by any of the infrastructure underneath, that's another good problem that you solve before it actually occurred. Trying to make sure that you are using good dependency management and other types of configuration control. That usually modern tooling it's pretty easy with that, I think, in the web space as far as I've understood. As are security bill of materials, which is a fancy way of saying that I know what code went into my software, but it's not that easy in some of the more legacy areas. And have some ideas about how to maintain software, how to bring about updates, how to make sure that the updates that you present are the ones the consumer can verify that the update they load is the one that you intended. There are plenty of examples, for example, SolarWinds and other cases where attackers infiltrated the upload server and changed the update package, and there were no checks, and that's why we had NotPetya. You might know the Maersk incident that Maersk had to rebuild their infrastructure from scratch, and so on. So that was pretty much it. I promised that it would be about basics, and I promised that there wouldn't be so many of them, and I think I tried to distill the essentials into 2 slides. I still have some words because, well, I thought that everyone is asking me about AI nowadays, so I thought that I would bring in my 2 cents on AI and development and security. So I tried to iterate or list the kinds of promises that I've been hearing about related to how AI helps in software development. Of course, I used myself. Boilerplate code, it's great. So make me an X that does Y, and you have something that you can work on. I think it's great there. I'm not sure. I know that people that know what they are talking about are telling me that it's great in writing tests. I'm not sure on the rest of these things. And it's a bit worrisome now that people from, for example, the Y Combinator are telling that coding is a thing of the past. I have some friends that don't actually write code anymore. They try to evolve into specifying what they want and using Claude and on-premise LLMs to make sure that their spec gets turned into code, and they are willing to throw the code away whenever the LLM gets better. And I think, yeah, why not? I'm not sure. The thing that I'm worried about, I'm not actually opposed to these end results in the long run. I think sometime, somewhere over the rainbow, we have a world where AI can understand code. It can make the attack paths for you. But when this guy says that now they are dropping, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, they are dropping software development in to work on something that they describe as software shepherding, shepherding different agents that create software. And we are not there yet in many of these fronts. I'm afraid of the interim period between now and over the rainbow era. And I know that I stole this probably from your Mattermost. I know that people are testing things, and here I think this is a great abstract, great summary, that there are clear benefits when you know what you're doing. And I think this is a crucial part, when you know what you're doing. And this is why I'm a bit afraid, because I know that there are a lot of people in the world, and I fear that everyone might not know what they are doing. Why is this a problem? This was a pretty dated paper at this point, because, well, it's it's Wednesday, and this was written last week, or before last week, so it's dated. In AI world, things work like that. But in those days, they stated that the 40% of the code that they produced in this particular experiment were vulnerable. We had another, that's nice. I didn't intend the background to be gray, but there you have it. There was another paper related to Copilot-generated code a bit later. I wish I remembered the dates. That said that 35% of the code is vulnerable, and it exhibits 42 different types of being vulnerable. I don't think this is the question to do 42. And I knew that you might ask that. Some of you might say that, well, that's old news, so can you give me any later results? So this, I just checked that it has gone from 40 to 35 to 29.5 in Python, and has now 43 different kinds of situations where it's different types of vulnerability that it exhibits. So I think it's fair to say that it's you can't trust the code not to be vulnerable. And you might know you might know this, but I'm afraid that there are many people that don't. There are lots of more papers. This is one example from a couple of months back, saying that the security effectiveness varies between languages. So I don't know about your projects, but you should pay attention. I think the thing that worries me even more is that there are some papers suggesting that when people write code with AI, they tend to think that the code is better when they write it without the AI. So this has like two different viewpoints for me. So it's stating that, okay, a quarter of it is vulnerable and people are more confident on the code, and that sounds like a bad combination. So you should really be aware that you need to check the results of the code generation. So I think you should really totally use AI, but you should also trust but verify. Of course, there are now some results that state that AI can also analyze the code and find the vulnerabilities. So a proponent of AI here would say that, yeah, I have one AI model that produces the code, and then I have another AI model that finds the vulnerabilities, then we eliminate them. But I don't think we are there yet, and this kind of agrees with me. There's a lot of false positives. Any one of you that used security toolings knows that they are riddled with false positives, so you still need to work, and LLMs are not an exception. In some very specific test suits, some commercial systems, such as Expo here, are stating that, for example, in capture the flag competitions, where you're supposed to find the vulnerabilities and exploit them, they are starting to approach the same skill level as the most skilled hackers. So I think while I was saying about these days they are faulty, but they are getting better, and the commercial side of things, I think, is also showing a lot of promise. So what I'm afraid of is that we have critiqueless use of AI before it gets better, and we will be sorting out the problems of this era for some time, because, well, you can create much more code with less criticism than ever in the world. And lastly, I thought that you probably are not interested in this, but, well, I'm from the government, so I'll have to tell you about these things. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the fence you are, your line of business will become more regulated in the future. This is only a subset of the things that is to come, but I think the most important bits are there. So service creation and code creation will be subject to regulation, are subject to regulation, and will be subject to regulation much more in the future. So when I started in cybersecurity, there was already a lot of talk about software liability, so that when you create something, you might be actually liable for the things that it does wrong. And at those times, it was considered an atrocity that you can't do that. You will destroy the software industry. And now it's happening. So basically, NIS2 is telling you that if you are criminally negligent in producing a service and have not done proper risk management, you can actually get fines. In some European countries, personal fines for the CEO. So I guess that might mean that they actually care about these things. Cybersecurity Act also has some regulations stating that whenever, for example, cloud-based systems will be used in the future, there will be mandatory cybersecurity requirements. And I've saved the big one for last, the Cyber Resilience Act, which has been already accepted, but it will come into force in 2027, and it will state that all products with digital element have minimum cybersecurity requirements, and it also has fines. So basically, if you are criminally negligent with your code, in a couple of years, somebody might actually argue that your negligence will result in you having fines, which are roughly in the same ballpark as GDPR, so a couple of % of turnover. And actually, a piece of regulation that for some reason people generally don't know about is related to radio equipment, which is not to say walkie-talkies, but anything that has wireless interface and is talking over the internet. That all those devices will have mandatory minimum cybersecurity requirements in August. So it's a couple of months away when you bring a new device that has a radio in the market, you are subject to some minimum cybersecurity requirements. Now that I've scared you again, a bit perhaps, I will say that the requirements are not much. They are related to the same kinds of things that I told you before. They are related to secret management, encryption, having no previously known vulnerabilities, eliminating anything that you know already that will hurt you. So it's probably not such a big deal if you've done quality code so far. So many of these observations that I've been talking about are a byproduct of our 3-year program into software security. While making this presentation, I noticed that we don't have an English version of the web page. So I'm hoping we'll fix that in the future. So in the course of the next 2 years, the first year was last year, we will be producing a lot more material on secure coding, on trying to make that happen. And please read it, please complain to me whenever it gets wrong, and you might even tell me what it gets right. So that was the last call of action and the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Like previously, we are going to have a Q&A session after the next talk, so please put your questions to Jussi to clapper.co, claper.co, FF25. Our next speaker, Zach, he's a medical doctor, musician. I mean, there's nothing this guy can't do. So, but he's gonna talk about front-end cybersecurity. So, yeah, let's give it up for Jack.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. So, I will be trying to talk about the front end. It should be working. Yes, good. So, I will be talking to you about the cybersecurity, front-end cybersecurity, and how we can have some best practices and kind of the principles behind hardening your front ends. And I will be sharing the experience of the Finnish Companion platform that I've built 2 years ago and what I can share with you. So I'll talk to you briefly about the story of Finnish Companion and kind of the breach case studies, a few breach case studies, and then make the case that server-side monoliths might actually be safer, and then a few recommendations. So the Finnish Companion is a powerful website and app that targets Finnish language learning pain points. When I first came to Finland, I met someone who had been 15 years in Finland yet didn't speak a word of Finnish. That got me questions, wondering why. And if you talk to anyone's experience about their Finnish language learning experience, they would describe it as this. Some jumps off the cliff, it's a nightmare, they crucify themselves, it's a complete nightmare. And there's actually, that's been established that the Finnish language is actually one of the hardest to learn in the world, just after Arabic, Chinese, and Japanese. And the reasons for that is because there are inefficient and scattered Finnish learning resources. There's not like one go-to Bible like other languages. The conjugation is very overwhelming. You just add one E or or another L and completely the meaning completely changes. If you add just 2 dots, you literally mean something else. So näinkö väärin means did I see wrong, or näinkö väärin, should I marry grandpa? So if you're trying to talk to native Finns and you see kind of a confused face, just know that you're talking about something off. But also there are very limited practicing opportunities. Finnish people are very helpful, so they don't want you to go through the hustle of actually speaking Finnish, so they always kind of try to answer you in English, and that doesn't give you necessarily an opportunity to practice, but they are also introverts and shy. So the solution is the Finnish Companion, a gym buddy that helps you lift a heavier weight long enough so that you can develop it yourself. That's a little bit what the Finnish companion does. And we have a suite of toolkits, and one of the most important one is this one. So we take long Finnish words and then we bring them down into readable. This is actually one string. This is one word that took 2 lines. And we input it into the platform, into the engine, and it goes from this to this. Lentokone suihku turbini motori apumekanico aliupseri oppilas. Turbine engine, something, mechanic engineer, helper, student, I guess. And then we have reverse conjugator, and then we have also an app. And we have also other tools that allow you to practice the conjugation. You just have to do a lot of drills, and you have to place the phrases and the verbs and choose the right forms, and you have to do that as fast as you can. And this is inspired by actually a certain technique and skill that you will find in common among tennis players and piano players and special forces. There's also a subtitle browser extension which does real-time translation of the Finnish public streaming service called Yle Arena. Most of their shows and streamed videos are not subtitles in English, so we did that, but also with real-time or near real-time constraints to be translating. So how did that all started? My background is actually from medicine. I'm a medical doctor and a neuroscientist by day. And then I previously was living in Silicon Valley, working for Singularity University, and speak many languages and professional pianist. I, however, was coding since I was a kid, and this was my play toy when I was a kid. I was playing most of the time on Delphi 3 and Front Page and PHP 4, and that was the first Yahoo clone. I was trying at 13 or 12, I was trying to compete with Yahoo at the time. And then Flash Player, Director, and the likes, and that was kind of the inspiration. But it was all about the drills. And if you look at one of the best players in tennis history, when they do moves that look very graceful and natural, you would think, wow, how do they do that? There's actually an Italian word for this. It's called the sprezzatura, and it's just the art of doing many complicated tasks or skills in a very natural, nonchalant way. And this is what they have in common. But there are hours and hours and days and weeks and months and years of practice, regular practice. So it evolved from a spreadsheet into a Python extension, into an Anki, into an Airtable, and then it got better and better, and then we built the actual engine and readapted some other existing ones in Go, and then we started to implement just faster and faster and trying to go for performance. Using Cap and Proto instead of protobufs and things like that. We have an open API, and the more we start to kind of open to the world, and then we start to kind of see things happening. This is, for example, on the website where you can input a text, and it just gives it to you in a Finnish readable version as well. And there's this, the reverse conjugation kind of spotlight app. We also have a mobile app, an iPhone mobile app, and other mobile extensions. So everything was going pretty well. This is kind of the ecosystem that we have. It was, you know, a beautiful, not-for-profit kind of startup, beautiful story, covered by the media. We have 3,000 unique monthly users. Until one day, I just started to get few people telling me, messaging me that the dictionary results were not coming back. There was no results instead of this, in very common words. So I got curious, and I quickly just went on to diagnose, and I realized that the dictionary results which were coming from the database were not coming back, or were coming empty, whereas the remaining engine properties and results were coming back. I quickly went into the database, and all what I found was a MongoDB looking like this. Pretty much asking me to pay for unencrypting my data. And the only thing that really triggered me and made me super angry was the don't panic. Your DB is safe and backed up. So that, I took it as a personal challenge that I would actually reverse all of that. And thankfully, we had enough logs and so on to be able to find what was coming up, where it was coming from. And it boiled down to that, MongoDB version 4.4. It turned out that despite that the code base was relatively implementing the best practices, it was actually during the deployment time we were using a kind of a Docker graphic user interface called caprover. It was deploying the MongoDB version 4 was by default. And we didn't pay attention to that. And at the time, the MongoDB standard version was 7. And there's actually a whole ecosystem of actors who run MongoDB ransomware as a service. And so we restore the data, put country blocks and so on, and that works. A more recent case now, in terms of front-end security, does anyone know this platform? Does it sound or look familiar? So it's a platform that's been started by someone that is very, very controversial for many, many reasons. And turned out that his platform got hacked and 800,000 users' identities and emails were leaked, and they are still publicly available. It happened during his live streaming. He was live streaming and had a platform, a Discord clone, and the people started to see emojis changing and so on, and it was clearly, it was a targeted attack. It wasn't just something random. Around 30 gigabytes or 35 gigabytes of his data that he was actually monetizing, including courses and videos, were released publicly available. And he sells all of those memberships for quite some money. So the damage, the financial damage done to him, as well as the reputational damage, was actually very significant. So how did that happen? This started when we look at his tech stack. He was using the regular TypeScript and Tailwind and so on. And then if you look at his architecture, on the front end, he was using Next.js for the sign-up process. And then on the back end, he was using Rust Rocket, which kind of caught attention. Why would you actually use Rust for a backend? It's really, you really have to want to work hard to do a backend in Rust. You can do something faster and so on. But actually, when you look into more in detail, you see that he was using a 0.5 version at the time as well, and all of the details of his backend were actually just available. And then what happened was that whoever targeted him, they just went on the browser console, typed something here, =1, they made it true, and suddenly they went into full God mode into the platform. So they were able to silence people. That was from the client side. They were able to just ban people. They made everything free for whoever was there, upscaled the status of the participants as well. It was a complete chaos. They were injecting hidden scripts that would crash the client side, which would also persist. So even if they would leave the browser, refresh, go from the mobile, same thing. Turned out that the reason was that there was unobfuscated JavaScript code comments, which really facilitated the reverse engineering, but also there was a critical unpatched version that he was using of his backend. So there were actually pre-existent ingredients. And this same pattern actually is now becoming more and more prevalent. And the issue is that it's being weaponized for geopolitical impact. Just a few months ago, actually, there was a Next.js middleware bypass critical vulnerability, which the National Cybersecurity Center in the UK had actually warned about. And what happened, it was affecting the versions 12, 13, 14, up to 15. And literally, this is like a dream case scenario for any hacker, is to skip the middleware entirely. So how did they actually do that? So they start by looking for a root. Usually they just keep scanning and trying, trial and error. For admin, if they are redirected to the login, that's already very likely that it's the middleware. And then they send requests to the admin with a very specific crafted header that would simulate a recursion depth. That tricks Next.js into thinking it's an internal sub request, and then it just renders /admin without verifying the login. It does return the HTML, and that's it. So you would say, okay, well, they just got the HTML, so what? That's just pages. The issue is that now I was actually very, very cringed and surprised that there are repos that would allow you to just run a Python bot which would scan for those vulnerabilities. And then what happens is that they actually also were able to go beyond the read-only mode, which means that they would persist the state, and that's what happened to the Andrew Tate platform, where they were actually persisting the changes. So they can also call admin APIs with the same spoofed header, and that would mean that they would be able to trigger admin delete and other actions if they hit the right endpoint. So the lessons from this case particularly is that the middleware is server-side but trusted client-side input, and that was a huge critical mistake. And then it should have been enforcing back-at-side authorization on privileged inputs. Another very tangible example is Roundcube and ProtonMail, which expose government emails. What happens is that ProtonMail has this reputation, and other mail clients as well, webmail clients, have the reputation of being extremely safe. They do end-to-end encryption and so on. So the encryption side is good. And this is how you actually might end up into having press headlines that look like this. I will give you an example that is not linked to this, but it's the same principle. With the Roundcube XSS attack, what happened was that that particular attack was targeting Ukrainian military, Georgian defenses, and EU ministries. That persisted in the browser and would also steal the emails and the contacts from the inbox that is showing on the client side. And the root cause was that the desanitization after sanitization was happening. Of course, you can look into the details of the whole thing, but what was happening is that they were modifying the sanitized HTML, and there was a bad regex logic. And then what the attackers were doing is that they were attaching a malicious attachment, which was not verified, and they just hijacked the page persistently. And they would run those workers as well. They were doing that through workers, and that workers would run every time the page was there. And they were able to execute payloads through the email attachments. So what I would say for this particular case is that don't post-sanitize mutations, and then make sure that you are using DOM Purify on the client side, and always isolate anything that is email content in sandbox iframes. So why would I prolicize for the monolith mindset? Of course, it's not a bullet, a magic bullet, so it has pros and cons as well. But I would argue that the monolith server-side first architecture protects from exposing the client logic and APIs. It relies mostly, for example, the difference I would say with the client side is that nowadays the modern front ends actually rely too much on the client side input validation and we tend to forget that there must be also server-side validations. It's very easy also to tamper with that using the browser dev tools and other tools as well, and just start to altering parameters and so on the client side. There's also a huge debate about the GWT tokens versus using actually sessions and cookies. GWT-based single-page applications are very susceptible to DevTools tampering. And you would say, well, this is like a little bit overstretched. Well, actually, there was a case that happened recently where the client-controlled auth was very fragile to the point where it was a huge, huge, huge scandal happening from a very major big company like this one. They didn't enforce auth on the front end. There were no gatekeepers. The critical endpoints were responding without validation. This is a big company like that, so it happens, yes. If it was a monolith, I would argue that the auth logic would stay on the server side, but also you don't rely on a JS layer. And the good thing is that those frameworks, monoliths, actually use CLI scaffolds that would avoid the coding errors and the generators. And that's what I would argue made, for example, 10 years or 12 years ago, a Ruby on Rails, the startup platform to be used back at the time. But today we have other alternatives that are also faster and more efficient. So we moved in the Finnish campaign, for example, our student portal, we're using plain flat Django. We started with Flask and then Django, and just if we needed some client-side interactivity, that would be HTMX or jQuery, for example. Those are the main monoliths that I would argue are good. For example, this one in particular is to watch very closely, Lucky. It uses Crystal language, which has the same syntax as Ruby on Rails, but is compiled and compiles into a binary. Most of those monoliths, all of them deliver HTML while keeping a client-side interactivity. Jussi was talking earlier about Rust, for example, and that the fact that it didn't necessarily improve a certain aspect of the attacks. I agree with that. It's all based on the architecture. Safe memory, safe languages are not also a magic bullet. That was after the report that was published by the NSA recommending to use memory safe languages. But you would tell me, okay, well, I still need the reactivity and interactivity. So how could I do that? Well, those monoliths also have those kind of gluers that put themselves in between the front end and the back end, such as in Inertia for Laravel, where allows you to use React and Vue with the Laravel full stack. There's Livewire as well, and others. Quick is particularly interesting. And then I would argue this is a prototype that we've done with Quick. What was good about it, and I actually dived into Quick last year when I spoke here, and there was someone from the Quick team that just explained to me how it worked, and I got curious, and this is what we did actually. We built an interface that would do very quick auto-suggest. That auto-suggest is actually hitting a Go binary through gRPC in the backend that is not exposed at all. And if you look into the console, then you would realize that the only thing that is being emitted and received are chunks. So we are actually reducing the exposure surface. If you're an attacker, it might be quite complicated to guess what's the schema and what's going on and what's coming back, and it happens by chunks. So this is the architecture. The user goes on the browser, they interact with the page, they start to interact, and it relies on the Quick's server function, which is kind of hydration on demand. We do validate the input, but then we hit on the back end, and it's internal, it's not exposed, a gRPC binary that is written in Go, return the response, and then Quick handles it. So there's no REST API, no exposure. Everything runs in the back end, and we communicate internally, and everything is serialized through Proto as well, the contracts. So we do also have back-end validation, which were lessons learned from those proto mail, for example, to always control the MIME tape response and so on. I would conclude this talk with few stats, because I think it's very important that it might seem very, very, very obvious that you shouldn't hard code the credentials, but actually there were nearly 23 million secrets exposed in GitHub repositories last year. Around 33.4 million Authy platform phone numbers were leaked via unauthenticated API. That means if you get phone numbers, that means you can spoof SIM cards. That means you can steal identities. So just an unauthenticated front-end or back-end API has consequences that are extremely heavy and cost money. Jussi has spoken about the dependencies, and then also CMS vulnerabilities. We still have to keep in mind that 80% of WordPress websites are still vulnerable to wp-admin/login. Those are very much compromised also through plugins. Coming back to the Andrew Tate platform, that schema, for example, was exposing this. And you just visit this website and then you realize it's still open. That was actually a screenshot from today. And he's using Directus CMS. So this, despite that fact, well, you might argue that, well, you're going to have to, you might not log in, but it still gives information. And I would posit that we need to actually keep it obfuscated. Framework misconfigurations. So again, there's no one magic bullet solution, even Laravel also, with bad configurations, so best practices. And API endpoint exploits are very common. And then last thing, I would just quickly touch upon the LLMs. Jussi as well was talking about them in detail. This very interesting article that was talking about someone who was just reviewing his experience. And there's what can happen when you are over-relying without intentionality on the LLMs to generate code. You end up having with Phantom best practices, for example, where you get suggestions that actually don't exist or are not relevant. A lot of hallucinated contexts, where if you keep going and going and going, then the LLM starts talking about things that you didn't even talk about in the first place. And then the overconfidence in the tone, it creates an illusion of comprehensiveness. And in fact, the people who were relying on the most confident statements by LLMs happen to be actually the most vulnerable. So I would argue that keep in mind that also different LLMs have different hallucination rates or rates. So stay updated on those rankings as well, I would recommend. But if there's one slide as a key takeaway, I would say that zero trust principle is what needs to prevail in the front end. That's my argument. I would say that just assume that the client is hostile to you, it's overly exposed. It's just like you're leaving something in the street and anything can happen to it. So that would be the kind of the mindset, and it's supposed to be attacked and untrusted unless otherwise proven. And then I would say if you have the possibility to go on binaries, for example, or use the monoliths, I would recommend that. I was quite surprised to test buns. Bun runtime, single file executable. It's just amazing. So you can actually just compile a whole thing into one binary and ship it. That also adds a layer of security. With that, I'm happy that I got to share with you the experience of Finnish Companion and hardening concepts, and more importantly, I hope that you've learned also to pronounce the longest word in Finnish. Lentokonesvehkuturbiini apomekaanikoaliupseerioppilas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. Let's get you back to the stage. I'll give you a mic if it works. Hello?
Seems to work.
If you haven't posted your questions, please do so. Or if you're really into coffee, then leave now, never return. Yeah, Thank you. I think we're all so scared now, well scared that we are in our code repositories checking out all our mistakes done. But okay. I think this is quite interesting questions. Okay. You can take maybe a breather, Zach, or save your phone. I think this is for you mainly. Zach, obviously, you can comment. So I'll read the whole question. Did you hear already that on some Chinese solar inverters, some software was found which should not have been there? So what do you think about vulnerabilities of our digitally operated solar and conventional energy systems?
Wow. Yeah, the good thing about energy as a sector, you know, we try to be in charge of the whole country. So we need to look at different sectors and their problems differently. Usually, the energy operators are very diligent in trying to make sure that there is relatively little cyber risk in their operations and that they are quite conservative of the kinds of things that they introduce into their systems, especially when the systems are internet facing in any way. Having said that, the renewable energy sector is the newest ones. And usually when you have new players entering fields, they might not have the same standards as the more experienced players. In some cases this is a good thing, in some it's not such a bad thing, not such a good thing. So I think this is a good example of a situation where if you are providing a service and it turns into something that people rely on, energy is an excellent example of that. There are certainly some checks that you simply can't omit from that. There are always claims about backdoors in technology X and technology Y and bad people putting bad code in there. I know usually the Occam's razor solution is that people do crap code and they do mistakes. So I don't know about this particular case, but 9 times out of 10, I think it was in Fight Club, 9 times out of 10 it's an electric razor.
Thank you.
I think, yeah.
Okay. So, our highest voted question regarding not using JS for full stack, is it really a language problem or more of an awareness problem? Having unsecured API routes is not the fault of the language.
It's not the fault of the language, definitely, and it's not also the fault of the full stack. It's more of the exposure surface that is given today by the fast developed JS frameworks and libraries. Unless you're really up to date, and when for example React goes from one version to the other, there are so many changes that everyone has to keep up with, and it's very difficult, and there's a lot to keep up with, and there are best practices that completely change and so on. And I think that is what also is introducing vulnerabilities as well, especially if you have to build yourself the full authentication and authorization and so on. I don't think that's necessary, especially if you're business oriented and you just want to go and deliver. So it's definitely not a JavaScript. In fact, you can still use JavaScript, and that's what the monoliths also through inertia and the other gluers actually do. You still can use, but the isolation is what matters. By isolating, you reduce that exposure.
Well, for my 2 cents are like, if you don't know about it, how can you secure it? So if you don't know what's in your system, how can you have an attempt at securing it? So that's basically how it's a design philosophy. So basically, the attack surface does isn't there will not hurt you. There are many ways of achieving reasonable attack surface, and well, Jack has presented one, and there are lots of others, and it's not language related or framework related. It's much more of a frame of mind.
And just to build on what you said, you see as well, in terms of the choosing the language, as I was showing in one of the slides that the NSA had published this report about those memory safe languages and so on. And I think people tend to assume that if they write code in Go, for example, because it's been said by the NSA that it's safe in this list, and then because they write in Go, then it means that it's safe. Absolutely not. You can also write unsafe code and an unsafe back end with a safe, memory safe language. That's clearly can happen.
I've often said it as a joke that if you followed security news, you know that the security systems have been the fault, the blame for many of the security breaches these days. So if you are doing a security product, just having security in the product name is not enough. So you have to actually do something about the security.
Yeah, I mean, this is a relief. Obviously, it's not like we all are going to go and change the language we are using currently. So, people have been scared today very well, both apparently in accessibility and this security subject. Any ideas how could we promote security topics and be... well, anyways, some practices from more positive viewpoint.
Yeah, I was hoping that you would tell me. So because, well, I'm from the scare people department, and you are from the do things well department. So I think that we should cooperate, and that's why I was trying to, after scaring you a bit, trying to approach it from the side that if you do your job properly and take care of the system, make sure that it's maintained well, that reduces the amount of errors. And in our project, I know that that's oversimplification. In our project, we actually start from the management side. So if you are not given a chance to do your job properly, well, that's obviously a game over from the get-go. So first, management needs to realize that security is a thing, quality is a thing, and you need to allocate resources to it. Middle managers need to understand, project managers need to understand that security is not the end of level boss. It's not an afterthought. It's a feature. It's one of the features. It's one of the things that you need to do when you, well, do your product.
It's I would say to think more positively about it. I think it's a matter of semantics. You can see a glass that's half full or half empty, depending on how you talk about it. So I think flipping those, for example, use cases or bad scenarios in terms of lessons learned and how we could not allow it to happen again, or how could we prevent it. So I think in terms of semantics and language, having a more positive language is how we would reframe it. Because fact is a fact. If a hack happens, but then you can look at it as this is doomsday, it happened, we're all doomed, or you can also look at it as, well, we have learned lessons, this is not going to happen again.
That's an excellent point. I think there has been a cultural shift over the last decade of people thinking that publishing that there was a security breach is actually transparency, it's actually the responsible thing to do. And I would love to encourage that further. So if everyone says that, okay, we tried our best, this still happened, mistakes do happen, that disasters do happen, and this is what worked for us, and let's all learn from this and move forward. And I think, I personally hope that people, I know that in traditional industries, many people look up at the companies that are really open about their security, also the faults.
And to build on that also, in terms of mindset and setting expectations from the get-go, from the basics, is that we tend to assume that when a piece of software is delivered by a brand name, it's bulletproof and it's sealed and it's 100% safe. But never 100% safe exists. So I think we have to also be tolerant with ourselves and those companies and the institutions that these things can happen, and it's part of the industry and part of life. So
yeah, maybe also try to document that. I know that some projects are documenting that this is the threat model that we are building against. If your threat model doesn't match ours, well, you should proceed with caution.
I'll build on that. We're just like building and building. It's like an LLM conversation going right now. I had actually in the workshop 2 days ago somebody asking me about how could we be off the grid and use LLMs in a safe and private way and so on. The discussion was very interesting, and my recommendation is that never assume that anything is safe, and just do your best in terms of that. So.
Yeah, I like the idea of like bringing this culture to the companies, that it's because like often if something happens, people start to panic, and then they start finding the people to point finger at. So making it more like, you know, this happens to everyone. Don't don't fire everyone. No. So there are more high-level frameworks that do things like hiding secrets from your logs automatically. Should devs use more high-level frameworks that do a lot of this type of security stuff out of the box?
Yes.
Yes, but part of your whole threat model. Because again, you said the keyword that was very important. Hashtag threat model is super, super important. The person who asked me at the workshop was asking me, how can I protect and be safe? And my immediate first question was, do you want to protect yourself from who? That's the question. Are you protecting yourself from state actors who want to hack you and destroy your whole house grid infrastructure? Which I think is very unlikely? Or are you protecting yourself from some Python bots who are scanning around and just crawling and eventually stealing your cloud files with personal identifiable information? So who are you protecting from is key. And when you have a web app, then I would guess the number one is just bots and scripts like that who are just randomly. And then if you're a highly controversial individual who makes inflammatory, nonsensical statements, well, you're going to be targeted by individuals who really want to settle score with you. So you better also not leave your schema visible on JSON. So again, your threat model against who you're protecting is very important. But yes, use them, the short answer.
Yeah, and if you are doing code for others, talk to your customers about their threat models. So that's just the same thing, but...
Let's talk a bit about AI. So which threats does AI introduce to software development?
Yeah, well, I kind of iterated it in the presentation, but I'll try to phrase it differently. It's a bit like fire. It's a good tool when it's in your stove. It's a bad tool when it's in your walls. So basically, you need to make sure that you understand what you are doing and don't skip the quality assurance, don't skip the testing, don't skip the security parts.
Yes, don't skip those parts. But I think that paper that you showed, you see, was very, very on point. Is intentionality is very important. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know the architecture of what you're building with. If you're building on React and then you're just counting on Next.js and you're counting on the LLM to just fix for you and build the whole auth system, I think that's just makes me cringe right here. So it's very important that you know the architecture, you know the documentation and what you're doing. And I was also showing in the presentation how the LLMs can give certain coders this overconfidence, and the not the coders overconfidence, the LLM is responding in an overconfident way, making the coders trust that. So always check, always be intentional, know what you're doing. And the best analogy I could give is would you actually trust, would you get on a plane if you would know that it is driven automatically by an AI and there's no human pilot? And you're flying with your kid. You would not, despite that AI is amazing. Why? Because there's something called liability and trust. And you will always feel safe knowing that there's a 30 years experience, 20 years experience pilot who's there, still using AI, but he's there. And I think it's the same thing. You have to know what you're doing, and intentionality is important. And that's also why I think that coders are not doomed yet.
Yeah, I think there's a maximum in security that there are two things that you cannot outsource. One is understanding, and the other thing is responsibility. So that really sums it up in a different way.
I mean, I think a lot of companies are really pushing developers to use AI nowadays for reasons I'm not maybe so the person to say, but maybe we can use this example for the managers pushing that would you put your child to the plane? Do you really want me to give this tool the hands to really ruin our service?
Well, I've often compared LLMs to interns. So basically you have somebody who's just graduated from school or hasn't yet graduated from school, and you have them as an intern to do simple tasks. And would you trust that intern to perform, make code for your crown jewels, make code for authentication, make code for the important things without checking it? No, you wouldn't. And that well applies to AI.
Would you then trust a lead developer, $03 to $200 per month LLM to do that?
No.
Oh, there's still a few more questions. Any ideas on how to shift left, meaning getting security and compliance to the design process from early on?
An excellent question. I don't think either of us really mentioned shift left, but...
Oh, sorry. So any ideas on how to shift left, meaning getting security and compliance to the design process from the early on?
Yeah. So I don't remember that either of us mentioned shift left, but that's one of like the holy grails in developing things. Make sure that in related to security, make sure that you don't do specification that is insecure, you don't do design that is insecure, because, well, it's pretty darn hard, if not impossible, to fix that, some of those things later. And I wish I had the answer, so I have some ideas about the answer. So I think that's why I told about that, for example, our program first tries to convince the managers. So that's where we thought that the biggest bang for the buck is. How to convince the managers? I think there's a lot of, at least research about the relative costs related to software development. So when a bug is when the software has, in traditional software world, where the software packages actually be shipped to the customers, when the bug is found at that stage, it costs multitudes more than it's fixed before deploying the software. So I think those kinds of examples should be good for the bean counters. But I know this is a difficult battle.
Well, actually, I would add, and I would respond that requirements and all of those constraints, regulatory constraints, are actually the cornerstone of what dictates the architecture you will be adopting. There's a reason why I'm going to be a little bit caricatural or stereotypical, but there's a reason why there's Java in hospitals used, for example, in hospital enterprise or enterprise in general. There's a reason why .NET and C# are used in certain institutions, and so I think it depends on the end user. If they have very strict compliance and so on, GDPR and CE and patient data, for example, and so on, then you definitely, your architecture and your frameworks will be dictated by that. And there are definitely frameworks that facilitate that because they have very well documented and very well provided libraries that are included. For example, in PHP, if I would have a client who has a lot of constraints for GDPR or patient data and they are really strict, I would rather go with Symfony than with Laravel, for example, despite I love Laravel, it's very productive. But Symfony has a kind of a more complicated structure, but in terms of compliance, you will be the happiest down the road. So that is very important, I think, and that will dictate the choice. The same as for other non-web, for example, the aerospace industry, they have specific subset of C++ and so on. So yes, it dictates actually the choice.
Yeah, and just to remind me, I did tell you that all software products introduced in the EU will have some sort of regulation in 27, so that will be coming, and use that.
Yeah, because I feel like maybe sometimes managers are not the people that you have to sell the security. It's sometimes your fellow developers. Well, I mean, you showed us that you're creating some kind of like guidance and some materials that people can use. But is there already some place with some, something like easily approachable, so it doesn't feel like, oh my God, I have to spend weeks to learn everything to make me a better developer?
Yeah, we are planning to release some easier to read papers. We published a short guidebook for software developers. It's a bit high level. A couple years back, there's one from the Digital Services Agency that's actually pretty good. The long versions, there are plenty of them about building security in maturity model and those kinds of things. So I'm afraid many of the standards are rather longish, but for example, some of our material and some of the UK counterparts from NCSC UK are pretty good introductory materials that you could start from.
Yeah.
Nothing to add. He's the gold standard.
But what did you use when you started to, introduce all this to your process?
Well, OWASP and all the best practices, for example, like when I gave the example of the MongoDB ransomware, I checked still if there was a breach in those, but I was relatively confident that it wasn't coming from there, and it wasn't. So best practices, just follow them blindly, don't question them, don't try to be creative. They've been there for a reason, and stay updated. Just keep looking. Just a newsletter somewhere about critical vulnerabilities. If you're working on React, just subscribe to CVE React. And you will just you will be updated about what's happening. You would not be, your /login will not be circumvented. Things like that. So I think just staying up to date with something that is minimal. You don't have to be, overkill it, but best practices and just stay up to date. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jussi and Zach. I think we can go for a break now. Are you gonna stay for the next half an hour when we have the coffee break?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, if you had more questions, these mics. I'm so sorry. I mean, these guys are very approachable. So, have a talk during coffee. So, I'll see you 3:30.
Kiitos.
People, come back from the break. Come back. And welcome back, everyone. It's time for the last session of the conference. I'm already a bit sad it's over again. But what would be a conference without AI topic or a theme? Our next speaker was raised in a farm. This is how I think of people in a farm with the chickens. Now living in London. They have 20 plus years of experience, worked with web standards in a React core team with web browsers. And now they are going to tell us about the death of a browser. So such a cheery theme. But yeah, let's give it to Rachel.
Don't worry, now it should be on. Testing 1, 2, there we go. And without any feedback today, I'm told by our wonderful AV crew. Unfortunately, this means I can't move my head around a whole lot, which I am known to do. I will try to be like the geese I used to raise and keep my head in one place while I may swivel my body. So howdy, folks. I'm Rachel Lee Neighbors, and how many people here have used React before? Oh, yes, okay, good. So you may remember me from react.dev. That was the pandemic baby I had. Other people had real children, I just had documentation. Now, let's see, let me remember my buttons here. That's forward. Yes. So, this is actually version 2 of a much shorter keynote that I gave a couple of months ago. And in that couple of months' time, so much has changed about agents and the web that I completely gutted the talk. So all of these slides are new. I had to get rid of all of them. So if you have watched this before, it's not the same talk. This one is officially version 2.00. And anyway, I have to version my talks now. Things are moving so fast. So just a couple of weeks ago, Config happened in London. If you use Figma, this is the conference that Figma puts on around the world to celebrate designers working with their product, as it were. Anyway, a director of a design org in France reached out to me for lunch. He was like, I'm coming to town for Config, let's have lunch. So I picked a place called German Gymnasium because it's very central. It's right off King's Cross St. Pancras and it's quiet. And then I got there and I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is a French person, I'm taking them to a German food place. Oh, this is gonna go badly. Fortunately, it turned out he was German. He wanted to know about ambient user experience, this new emergent field of UX. And I was like, okay, great, I have opinions, but I don't post about this anywhere. How did you know to reach out to me? How did you even know I was here? Turned out he had used an agent, his own agent, to organize his trip to London for the conference. And it had put together a list of people he should reach out to who were based in London and had mentioned ambient UX, etc. I had given version 1 of this talk and mentioned in that talk ambient UX and London. And apparently the agent went out there, dug up the transcript, and added me to his itinerary. That has never happened to me before. No one has ever said, I saw your YouTube video and you briefly mentioned this one niche thing I'm interested in, let's do lunch. So the future is now. So yes, I'm Rachel Lee Neighbors. I've worked with Mozilla on Firefox dev tools, the W3C on web standards like the Web Animations API, and Microsoft's Edge browser. I have even worked, as we just spoke about, on React. So I know a thing or two about the web. I run my own little consultancy/newsletter right now. I mean, who doesn't? And I'm working on a super secret side project. Surprise, it's an agent. But you can find my newsletter at that URL. Point is, I love the web. Before my big tech career, I made webcomics for teenage girls. And I sold them to a platform called girl.com, that's girl with a U, and they made money advertising, and I would get a very small cut of what they made by marketing my comics. Meanwhile, I had 400,000 teenage girls reading my comic every week on Wednesdays. It was quite a workload. I spent 50 to 60 hours every week making those comics. But the point was, I had a huge readership, and this is what success looked like. Not quite successful enough to pay for all the things a modern human being needs, even with the awards. So I ended up doing tech, because it turns out all the skills I was using to build my communities, this was Drupal 7.0, by the way, to bring together my fans and young women who loved manga and comics as much as I did. Well, it turns out those skills were skills that people would pay me to build their own things. So I grew up on this web, where you could make something, put it out there, and build a community around it without it being like a Facebook group or a hashtag on someone's platform. And I really loved Cozy Web. It changed my life. That comic book led me out of the middle of nowhere, off of the farm, and into cities, and let me come to you here today. Now, the internet did start as this network of computers and small press, as it were, small press websites. And you could keep in touch with your family and make new friends and chat and play games and share photos. It was a little clunky, but then something happened. Platforms happened. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Amazon, what do they all have in common? General interface that's easy to use, but also, they kind of corral everyone trying to do one certain thing into one place. People moved off of their blogs and forums and onto these platforms, and then they were held hostage. And there's actually a very technical term for this. It's called enshittification, whereby platforms trap market share in exactly 3 stages, which I shall reveal to you in depth in a moment. But this term was coined by Cory Doctorow to describe this life cycle from everything from Amazon to TikTok. Let's take a peek. Okay, so let's use Facebook ads as an example, but it also applies to things like Kindle publishing, Amazon's ebook publishing system. So first, step 1, you want to aggregate as many users as you can by giving any profits or VC capital you have to entice them over. Maybe in this case with Facebook, you would be like creating cool features that would allow you to invite your friends and allowing game producers on, so there'd be a reason for people to stick there. You make it very nice and enticing. You might even pay game developers to release games on your platform at cost because you want to attract the most market share. And then step 2, you attract suppliers by creating promos for them. In this case, you'd be like, hi, advertisers, look how many people we have who are interested in your niche things. We've got this great ad system. We're going to give you these great prices that are so much more affordable than the competitor like Google AdSense. And suddenly your advertisers are getting in on it. And so you've got the captive audience. Now you've got advertisers. You've been giving them all the profits that you've got or all your venture capital. And then step 3, once you have both users and suppliers locked in and unable to leave because the network effect is so strong, where else are you going to keep up with Mima's photos? You're on Facebook. Where else are you going to advertise your very niche knitted throw rugs in the shape of puppies? Well, you're going to do it through Facebook groups, yeah? Now you take all the profits that you're gaining and you send them to your shareholders. And you don't need to make anything better. You can raise the prices on the ads. You can make the newsletter as crappy and full of ads as you want. You don't have to release any more killer features. Boom, you're done. The enshittification is complete. You've stopped evolving, and you have a captive audience. And this does solve the age-old underpants gnomes query of what is phase 2? It's collect suppliers. That's all right. I understand that that joke is a very old joke. Now, platforms promised the ease of consolidated interactions to their users. You could go here and keep up with everyone, but to keep them captive, they purposely lack interoperability. You can't take your friends' network from Facebook and suddenly have them on Blue Sky or on LinkedIn. There's no interoperability. Amazon does not want any of your stuff listed on eBay. You have to do that by hand. Screw you. holding all of our content hostage behind authentication panels or pricey or in some cases no APIs. Look at Twitter and LinkedIn. They charge a mountain to have access to people's data, and it's usually sold to, can we guess who? Advertisers. So this means that to get anything done, and this is an example of me collecting links for my newsletter here, and is it playing? No, it's not playing. Gosh darn it. There we go. Do your thing, man. Anyway, this is an example of me collecting links from different locations on the web. I can't just subscribe to a bunch of feeds, which I used to do when I ran a web animation newsletter. I have to go visit X and look at the search page there. I have to visit Blue Sky. I have to visit, Forbes.com. I have to visit all of the places. And you could be like, whoa, Rachel Lee, why don't you just use like an aggregator? Well, if I want an aggregated experience for reading and posting, I end up having to pay yet another platform this is Buffer, to essentially do the same things that I was doing manually. Now, there are organizations out there that cannot afford their own platform. They're obviously never going to become Facebook, nor do they have an API engineer who's going to create integrations with Facebook. This is a dog shelter in London. So what do? They just dump their information online on pages like this and hope you care enough about dogs that you're going to come visit it. Or, maybe they have a Facebook page and they pay an intern to go post about the dogs so that they might show up in your timeline. Anyway, there's no real way to aggregate or alert consumers beyond getting their email at best, or chronic searching. And the enshittification runs deep. If the internet is supposed to be this vast sea of unstructured content with spotty and clunky interoperability at best, it does beg the question, why are we still using a browser built by an ads company to navigate it? Just let that sit down, because that is what you're doing there when we use Chrome. Now, let's take a look at Google Chrome. It's the top dog. It owns 70% of the browser market right now. The other big top dog is iOS Safari, which comes in around 15%. It hasn't actually had a major interface update in the past 5 years. It hasn't changed. It hasn't had an improvement for UX. Meanwhile, Firefox has shipped changes to its interface that are in keeping with things people have liked from other browser developers, for instance, sidebar tabs. And currently, it might be sold off to OpenAI or Yahoo because the FTC is investigating whether or not it constitutes a monopoly. So, how does this actually work? When we think about Google Chrome, we tend to get it confused with the Chrome team. They're the people who make web standards. They're the people who make the browser. They're the people who search ads. There's actually a number of teams involved in the way the web is built today. There's the search team. This is Google's top of funnel to ads, and this is like the thing, the user experience that makes Google money. For people to use search, they need a good experience for visiting websites. So that's why Chrome was built, because Internet Explorer 6 hadn't pushed an innovation for the web or its users in forever. Microsoft said, we're at 6, it's good. We got all the suppliers, we got all the consumers in one place. We're top dog, we don't need to innovate. Leave it as it is, don't touch it. But around this time that Chrome was announced and released, Google realized that the web was going to have to compete with apps on the iPhone. It was going to have to offer camera access. It was going to have to, be able to do all the things that an app on your mobile phone could do in order for people to still search the web, still visit websites, and still see your ads, or, for those providers to buy ad space on the search results. All right, and so there's also the web platform team that builds the APIs, the standards, they engage on the W3C and the TC39, and these are the people we think about when we think about the Chrome folks that we meet at events like this. And they're genuinely out there, you know, fighting the good fight and building the platform out there. It turns out a lot of the APIs that come through the W3C also happen to serve advertising as well. Intersection Observer, for instance. I love Intersection Observer from an interaction standpoint, but it was designed to relieve the payload of delivering advertising code to the web page. It wasn't there for interaction developers. Now, you could say that Google has tried to replace the web before and that it's been operating in this way for a while now. Raise your hand, do you remember AMP, Accelerated Mobile Pages? Okay, cool. How many of you are still maintaining or launching AMP-based sites? Okay, well, the Chrome dev team did a really good job of bringing everyone in the community up to, you know, lighthouse level expectations. So it became less necessary to remove all of the content from a web page and shove it into a google.com namespace to make it fast and useful enough on a browser, a mobile browser. But this goes back to when search and ads wanted to keep people using the web and off of apps. And AMP was one of those. And there was a lot of concern at the time about, are we giving content to Google just to maintain position in search rankings? It turns out these days, though, visiting web pages isn't even necessary with the new AI-enhanced Google search. If you're looking for the solution to a puzzle in a game, you can just read the AI-generated summary. You don't even have to visit IGN or GameStop. Search and ads still get fed. But the creators who did the walkthrough and wrote the tutorial, they don't. And out of curiosity, so I don't spoil it for anyone, who here is playing Blueprints? Okay, I hope you're past day 50. But anyway, I'll try not to spoil it. I'm playing it. It requires a bullet journal to get through. It's just so much. Now, recently at Google I/O, Google made it clear that it's betting on an agentic web. And this has raised some eyebrows because Google has been really stewarding the open web. This is not my opinion, it's Eric's opinion. And it looks as though maybe Google isn't going to be the Superman of the open web anymore. And it begs the question, is Chrome the new IE6? And this was asked like 12 years ago, so I'm not even taking credit for this one. Everyone's always asking this. This is nothing new. I'm not special. But I also want to ask, is the internet we've built with Google the internet that we wanted? Now, while Chrome itself hasn't changed in the past 10 years too much, Chrome the browser, not the web platform, and not all of the APIs that we've gotten from working with the Chrome DevRel team and representatives on the W3s, but the actual browser, maybe it hasn't changed much in the past 10 years, but other browsers and extension creators have been expanding on what is possible. I like to call them the Borg browsers. We've got extensions coming out like Retriever, which uses AI to simplify data entry and automation. You just put this thing in, and you can set scripts to run on a web page right there through using Playwright. It's a really cool extension. I met the founders in the Bay Area recently. Opera released its own operator, get it? Operator. Which takes a step in this direction inside the browser itself. Let's see, what have I got here? I didn't put any notes on this. Oh yeah, and this is me actually. This is an example of Strawberry Browser, and this is a walkthrough of using Strawberry Browser to create a report. And Strawberry Browser actually evolved from an automation library, not unlike one I was working with, that used Playwright or Puppeteer to go and perform actions in the browser. Why would you just throw Playwright out? We'll just make the browser do it itself. I'm not entirely sure these are the right direction. And who here uses Arc? Wow, damn, cough. Who here uses Firefox? Okay, Brave. Opera. Google Chrome. Figures. All right, that's okay, that's okay. For those of you who don't know, which is most of you, Arc is a browser that has found a bit of a cult following in Silicon Valley and in London, where I am, but it hasn't really expanded beyond its tech adopters. It's a real re-envisioning of how the browser could be. You know, that sidebar of tabs and autofilling and searching folders. They really looked at how people are using the browser and tried to make it better. Well, they've suddenly stopped developing Arc, and now they're working on something called Dia, which is an app for navigating human content. They don't want to call it a browser. And, you know, I do have to ask, do we even need a browser? What is a browser even? So what if we could turn any page into an API endpoint, truly freeing the information on the other side? And what if we had a way to navigate, aggregate, summarize, and interact with all that unstructured content without a platform, without opening a browser, without looking at ads, without giving up any of our data? What if we use something like an agent to visit any site? No ads, no trackers, and just the things we wanted to need. You could even tell it, don't show me any haters making sexist comments, and you could live in a happy little bubble. Honestly, I'm sounding like heaven right now. This is actually happening today. And while it's not mainstream yet, we do have evidence that people, this is how people will access their information in the future. May 7th, 2025, Bloomberg article on the Google antitrust lawsuit, the one where Chrome's future is being contested. Eddie Q, Apple's senior vice president of services, he said that searches on Safari dipped for the first time, like, ever. And he attributed it to people using AI. And Google refuted this and was like, that's not true. Our searches are still going up on Apple devices, or pardon, iOS devices, which is a special little loophole there, because that could be people using the Google search app. That could be a lot of things. So it's a bit of, you know, semantic dogfighting there. But the point is, people are not going to Safari, typing something into the search box, and getting results back like they used to. There's already been an impact. And you got to remember that Google pays Apple like $20 billion a year to be the default search on Safari. So Safari threatened to, you know, maybe we're looking into some AI opportunities there. It's unlikely unless Perplexity can cough up that kind of a situation. So it's a really interesting situation there. It's soon going to be possible for me to go an entire day working without opening a browser. This is me using Goose. Goose is a little open source agent from the people at Block. You hook up any LLM you want into it. And this is me just asking Goose for a walkthrough of a blueprints puzzle. And it's got some tools. You know what? What are these, the tools? Who knows what an MCP server is here? Okay, the rest of you are going to have some major TIL to share with your coworkers, and I'm so glad. I love feeling like I'm sharing something new instead of preaching to the choir or just being offensive. So, how my little agent Goose was able to do that is something called MCP, Model Context Protocol. MCP allows you to load up your agents with the tools they need to access resources and APIs. So first, you've got tools. Tools are, they enable LLMs to perform actions through your server. You can think of them as like APIs with some sugar in human language, being like, well, this is how you put something into the server. This is how you place an order for a Domino's pizza. And then we have resources. These expose data and content from your servers. You could be like, here's all the free content you can have access to. But if you pay me, I can give you access to these resources over here. Not yet, we're getting there. And then there's, of course, prompts, which are reusable prompt templates and workflows. Now, the people at Anthropic came up with this, and it's actually a pretty half-baked API, a pretty half-baked protocol, if I'm honest. But also, I've been in this industry for 20 years. A lot of them are half-baked. Don't get me started on how the DOM tree works. Like, if we could go back and do it right, we would, but we can't, so we're stuck with it. So, I'll get into that more later. Personal and professional agent interactions, they are likely to replace browser usage in 5 to 10 years. And I mean, I wouldn't say this if I didn't think it was true. And sometimes I'm wrong. And I'm willing to be wrong this time. Maybe I am. Maybe this will just be too expensive, and on-device LLMs will never be cheap enough for this to be the way that people interact with the web. And we'll all go back to just publishing websites and having them be supported by ads. And no one will be slamming servers with a bajillion agent bots querying their data every day, But I think it's likely that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will see not just the death of the browser, but we'll see the death of the search engine, the death of the app store, the death of the social platform, but it might also, just possibly, with a little bit of fairy dust, be the rebirth of the web. No, listen to me, I'm not here to sell you stuff, I mean it. Like, I heard you giggle, you think that this oh, well, you just painted a bleak picture, which I also don't believe will come to pass. So what sale are you gonna give me here, Rachel Lee? Just bear with me. So take accessibility. How many of you have been nagged that you didn't add the right tags to something you put out there and you have to go back, but you never get to it? Come on, yeah. It's okay, it's a safe space. We all suck. We're all terrible human beings who don't care who has access to the web. It's true, it's hard. Things fall through the cracks. And no matter how much we champion being perfect, having perfect text, perfect accessibility, it's a challenge. Oh, perfect documentation, I know that one. Challenge to accommodate all modalities. Until now. This is from a hackathon. This is just a screenshot, but definitely go check it out. I did a hackathon with a client called AgentQL, which was an agentic tool for making it so agents could access the web. And Carl here, in just 4 hours, put together a voice-based browser, a browser you could operate by talking to it, and it would read you web pages. And the LLMs and APIs we have lying around today are good enough to get someone through a very poorly accessible website, because they're pretty good at inferring that the thing that has button text, even though it's a div, is a button, because nothing else would say add me. Seriously, sometimes the human language is pretty damn useful. And it turns out that LLMs are pretty good at dealing with the ambiguity of web pages, even without good ARIA tags. Now, for decades, content champions have insisted that we design for content instead of, has this been you? A designer just comes in, hands you a Figma file, and you're looking at the stuff and you're like, where did this come from? We don't have ratings. There are no videos on our blog. Why are there thumbnails for something that we've never had an image for before? So we champion design for content. But it's hard to do that when we function in a template-based design economy. But now we're at a point where the interface can adapt to the content as it's coming through. There is this concept of ambient agents and ambient UX that will invisibly adapt to our needs. Using the same technologies that would make everything accessible, we can have an agent realize, oh, you're in a different context, maybe you're walking, so you can't read this really important news alert that's come through that, there's a murder on the loose in a blue car. So I'm just going to interrupt the podcast you're listening to, I'm gonna read this alert to you. And that's possible now. Or the reverse, switching audio to text, realizing that you're gonna get cut off from a feed, so just making the rest of it into a little note that you can read when you're going down into the tubes. The tubes in London have no Wi-Fi. And then there's, of course, adaptive UX. If you're a Star Trek fan like me, you might remember LCAR. LCAR, well, not understandable to our plebeian eyes today, was this futuristic UI system that would adapt to whatever information the person requested or needed to see at the time, adapting and fitting itself to content that is being shared. And currently, we can create crude UI on the fly with things like bolt.new and v0. Here, I'm just saying, hey, could you set me up like a little gallery? This was not scripted. I literally just did this for 30 seconds. I'm not selling anything here. I was just like, do your best, guys. Give me a little tutorial walkthrough. Give me a gallery, and I want it to be able to read, read what's going to happen so that I don't have to take my hands off of the controller. I want the opportunity to just hit play and listen to the walkthrough, look over and see a screenshot and see if it lines up. And you know, it didn't get me the information for the walkthrough, but it did set up the UI reasonably well. Now, could you imagine what would happen if this had been wired up to, for instance, a fully functioning design system? It would look pretty darn awesome and not sad. But the point is, we can generate UI on the fly. We're just doing it in a really terrible way right now. The entire operating system could just adjust to the content needs of the user on the fly. All right, so this is one I've been waiting for a long time. I was promised micropayments way, way, way back in the Scott McCloud era of the infinite canvas and reinventing comics, which is a great book, although you've probably only heard of his other famous book, which is Understanding Comics. But reinventing comics foresaw the iPad, for instance. But one thing that never came true was micropayments. Currently, the web runs on an ads model, and an ads model requires eyeballs. An agentic model, however, requires subscriptions, pay-as-you-go, and peer-to-peer payments. You can't advertise to something that's not a human. There's a great article from Stratechery that just came out, and rather than rehash it here, I encourage you to go give it a read. The protocol layer should have a mechanism for payments. AI should be built on an auction mechanism that pays out content sources based on the frequency with which they are cited in AI answers. And we have the tech to do this already. We do it with Patreon. We do it with ads. Ads, whenever you visit a page, in the background, there's a small mini micro auction that, you know, only fractions of cents are transmitted. But this leads to multiple trillions of dollars in revenue for companies. This is not impossible. It just hasn't been done yet because there's never been a forcing function, and now there is. Meanwhile, payment providers are already coming along. I saw a very compelling demo of Skyfire that was using 402 pages to charge for bots to crawl and access web pages. This would be a great way to solve the issue of bots crawling your pages unwantedly. You could charge them for that service. Lovely. Social media could be personal again, with personal agents communicating with peers and loved ones, no intermediary required. We got the technology for this as well, really simple syndication, RSS, the format for sharing content as web feeds. Well, it's been reborn as AT protocol, which you might know from Blue Sky. How many of you here have Blue Sky accounts? Brilliant. How many of you here are still using X? Okay, I'm happy. For the rest of you who aren't on Blue Sky, definitely come over. It's great because guess what? You get to own your ID the same way you own your own email address, and you get to own all of the conversations you have. So if you ever want to go to another platform, you can totally do it. So check it out. But anyway, it's a decentralized protocol for large-scale social web applications, and it powers Blue Sky. On-device LLMs will become standard. Google is naturally leading the way in this, but I've got fingers crossed that open source LLMs, browsers, and operating systems are going to hop on board, meaning you own your social identity, you can use an LLM to sort through all of the massive feeds that we are subscribed to every day without the need of an intermediary of a platform and its algorithms deciding whether to show you your Mima's dog or that ad for that sweater you've been eyeing for a couple of weeks. I'm currently working on a project in this area called Bestie. Talk to me if you are also curious in how these technologies can come together, or at least get on the beta list. I'm really interested in utterly destroying social media from the inside out, but that's a fever dream for me. And Microsoft Build a few weeks ago, there was talk of an Internet of Agents. Microsoft is really going hard on this idea of an Internet of Agents, like the Internet of Things, but with agents. How are we going to power it? We don't know, but we're going to charge for the compute and make profit somehow. That was kind of the gist I got from watching all the videos. Let's see. It's basically a bunch of agents connecting to one another. But you notice how like websites and internet services, they were barely mentioned, although the 5.4 mini and AI APIs were mentioned. It's like, hi, the internet wants to know how it fits into your amazing internet of agents. So what do I think is going to happen next? Well, I suspect platforms, browsers, and app stores will not be the vehicles of the future. I suspect something like a personal agent is going to overtake them all. After all, who wants to sort through a bunch of dots blinking at them on their phone when they could just have a conversation, or better yet, just have something instinctively know that they like to wake up to their favorite comic and a coupon to Starbucks, which is true. I would like you to just anticipate that for me. I look forward to AI being my new mommy. Why expose yourself to 100 apps doing God knows what with your information when you could just use the one that you control? I foresee a return to personal feeds, a more accessible interface for more people with more modalities. And we have a brief window before the enshittification kicks in, where we have the chance to make the agentic web the authentic web. A brief chance, a brief chance. So, you're thinking, well, that sounds terrifying. Exactly how am I going to go about building websites and earning money for the next couple of years, Rachel Lee? Well, how do we, as providers, adapt when people have this magical box embedded on their machine that is going to answer any question they may have? I'm so glad you asked. We're not going to stop building websites tomorrow. That's for truth. We still use IRC, and as developers, we still use a terminal, although most people in the world do not use that anymore. The use cases for those have decreased. But there are some things we can do today that allow us to continue doing what we do, building websites, building a better web, but also allow us to dip our toes into this new upcoming web and hopefully have some opinions and authority on how it evolves. So let's have a peek. If you are creating content or you work with a team that creates content, there's some important things to keep in mind. SEO does not work the way it used to because agents don't read the first 5 results, they read the first 70. LLM-based tools, they dive deep. So what you want is to create content that is timely and personalized. So you want opinionated. LLMs, they get access to a lot of facts, but they don't have opinions. The opinion I'm sharing with you today could not be generated by ChatGPT. It would sound so sad. It would be the saddest. It'd be like, agents will one day usher in a new era of the web. How? It will. They're not very good at explaining opinions. So having opinions, sharing opinions, the thought piece, actually is the perfect time. The listicle, LLMs can make them all day, but thought piece, that's special and unique to the human condition. So share your opinions, be opinionated, don't be afraid. Timely. LLMs have a fixed set of parameters, and if you don't understand what that means, I highly encourage you to come to Helsinki.js, where I'll be giving my second talk, AI Cram Session, where I'm going to explain to you what every single one of these bullshit acronyms means under the hood. Just so that when you hear people talking about AI, you can smell if it was ChatGPT generated or if it's actually relevant. So anyway, plug for Helsinki.js. So timely. LLMs, they're baked. They only know what they were trained on. So news, breakthroughs, anything that's, like a new album or a new framework, it doesn't know anything about that. And that makes it easy pickings for new content that you create. You could become a top reference for exactly the features that are released in a new API. And lastly, rich content. Remember, I got a lunch with a design director because of a video transcript. LLMs favor rich content, partly because it's slightly inaccessible to them. It's not baked in, and because they're skewed to give people things they like. People like videos. Okay, I'm going to favor the YouTube algorithm now. And that's how it works. So rich media, podcasts, transcripts, YouTube. Be publishing in more than just listicles. This is terrible for people creating programmatic SEO initiatives. I know I work with one, and he's majorly scratching his head right now because how do you create content farms in this world? So I predict that we'll be serving our content in streams that emphasize content over presentation. And MCP tools and their resources will kind of occupy a niche similar to where SEO specialists are. You know, the guy who created an SEO agency 10 years ago, and you're like, how does he keep getting paid? But he totally does. There will be a cottage industry of people being like, oh, hello, mom and pop Domino's pizza store. You would like an MCP server? It's the hottest way to get yourself into everyone's personal agent. We'll get you in the ANS registry, and we'll create a resources list for you, and we'll do all, yes, that is gonna be the thing that people are gonna be building agencies around. Tools, I mentioned you've got tools. They are just, if you have an API, go to your boss, say, I want to make an MCP server that serves up our API. If you've got resources, go to your boss and say, I want to make an MCP server that offers up our resources. Just do it. It's good exercise. It'll help you have an opinion about the protocol and the future of the web. Also, check out a look at this thing, which Microsoft built, NL Web, just launched it build. It's like an adapter for your content. It's from the creator of RSS and schema.org, so you know it's good. It makes an MCP server. You just set it up, and it's like, boom, you know, it's AI-fied, all of your search results, and, you know, it's really approachable. So if you want to get started, investigate it. Check it out, man. Here's a fun one. Who builds sitemap.xml still? Have you set up a custom job for sitemap.xml? Seriously? Seriously, I'm disappointed you call yourselves web developers and you haven't built your own sitemap.xml pipeline. Anyway, so LLMs.txt is essentially a sitemap.xml, except it's in Markdown and it's for LLMs. So it's written in natural human language. You can think of it as like, here is a link to a page. On this page, you can find this kind of information. Or sometimes it's a direct info dump there. The idea is when a bot feeding an LLM or training an LLM arrives at your website, it can find this sucker. And it will go directly there, and you will point it at all the things that it needs to know. All right. And for content people, here's something that I noticed when I was at hackathons. Multiple times people come to me and be like, hey, do you just have like a markdown file or PDF of all your documentation so I can feed it into Cursor? Well, now you can find these wonderful copy to markdown buttons. And to be honest, people were always asking me for PDFs of the React docs, so you kind of should have built this already. I'm just saying it's accessible. Do it. If you want people to know it, make it easy for them to share it and to imbibe it. All right, but what? You're thinking, well, great, if you actually like have a tool or something you're going to make money off of, you want people to know, but what if I don't want to be assimilated? What if I don't want an LLM being trained on my content? Well, I'm so glad you asked. You can use your robots.txt file, the same one you use to tell Google how many times to crawl your website. Previously, we only had one crawler to worry about. Now we have 70. Now you can use your robot.txt file to tell those bots how you want them to treat your site and its contents. Now there's a complete guide at this URL that tells you how to set it up and how to tell all the different bots and crawlers from OpenAI, et cetera, to bugger off, and agents as well. You might be saying, well, that's lovely, but there are so many little scammy scrape shops, et cetera, who are going to disregard that. Rachel Lee, what do you do if there's a rude bot who's completely not paying attention to your formalities and disrespecting your boundaries? You send them to the tar pits. So a tar pit is a little bit different from a honeypot, because a honeypot's for humans that are trying to get up to no good and invade your security area. A tar pit is for crawlers and bots, and it basically, there's all kinds of ways. There's some that just waste the owner's time by sending the bot on a goose chase, never-ending list of pages that are randomly generated. There's some that actively try to poison the bot by making the content they're imbibing screw up its training algorithms. I like to say, you know, make them respect your boundaries. Teach them with fierce punishment. Anyway, there's a whole list. This is on, I think, Mastodon, but yeah, I love it. I especially love the one named Poison the Wellms. It's like, that's a good joke. Okay, so you're not going to stop building websites tomorrow. There are things we can do today to evolve our sites along these developments. And I encourage you to do them, to investigate these new modalities. And remember, the web still needs you in whatever format it takes. It may not look like web pages forever, but it's still the art and science of publishing content and connecting the people who need to find it to one another and to the resources they need. The web and search engines are already being impacted. Independent artists are seeing drops in commissions, and the genie is just not going back in the bottle, even if some of us wish it would. This is our new reality, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to cope, whether we welcome it with open arms or we send it to the tar pits. But I want to remind you, it's not the end of the web. It's just change in how we monetize and we build and we use it. There will be challenges, and that's why we need to participate. This was from the recent MCP summit, where people were looking at all the different threats that can be used with injecting into requests to MCP servers. But we've built the design systems, the accessibility features, the gateways, and the standards. We've done all this before, and we've been the stewards of the web, not an ads company, not any one particular piece of equipment. And perhaps this time, with our engagement, we can create things that will help creators like my much younger self succeed without ads or the need for platforms, with micropayments, decentralized community, and perhaps personalized discovery that's been built around what they need and what they want, and less around the needs of a board of shareholders. When I championed web animations, I talked about how the browser is more than a document reader. Well, the web is more than pages presented in a browser. We are still the stewards of the web, and I encourage you to engage and to step up into building this new interpretation of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I think what brings Rachel to Finland, to our humble little conference, is sauna. I figured out yesterday that they really enjoy their sauna and cold plunges, so, I mean. Hey, so our last talk of the day is from the cutest ADHD couple, Stephanie and Sebastian, who are coming all the way from Berlin. Are you two ready? No?
No.
Oh, damn it. So Stephanie and Sebastian, they had the beautiful installation downstairs. I don't know if you tried it during the conference. Yeah, so I assume this talk is about this beautiful installation and all the struggle that they went through creating it, and it's about finally finishing a project. Let's give it up for Stephanie and Sebastian.
Not quite ready for...
One second.
need to start.
No stress, just pressing silence. Uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect this conference to end without any problems since we started with them, so... No problem. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, this was expected behavior. It wasn't a bug.
Open. You have to open the file. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Hey, is anyone coming to Helsinki JS meetup after this? Nice. Maybe we'll see you there. Okay. Ready?
Where's my mouse?
It's
Here.
up. Settings. Arrange. What's wrong?
I'm back. Sorry, you have to listen to my voice a little bit more. Did anyone come to our conference when we had Stephanie last time? Yes, do you remember the hamsters? Stephanie, are the hamsters still alive? Sorry, I'm not supposed to bother her. Just distracting.
I want this to be the mirror.
It's not mirror. Can you ask for help? Hi.
Can I get an assistant, please? I don't want this to be
Juho,
second screen.
this is the time of the day when we need
And before we had this
your
plug in here,
jokes.
I swapped out down there. You know, and
Sorry?
it doesn't work
Do we need to
anymore.
put this into
Stories about geese. Oh, I don't know stories about geese. Finns hate
We
them.
just want this to be just the second screen.
No, the ones, no,
And now it
just
wants to
the
pick this
ones
as the main
that come from all the way from Canada. Yeah,
We had it set up before, now it,
they cheat on our lawn.
There's mirror.
we don't want the mirror.
Wait a minute. It doesn't even.
Okay, let's see how.
It doesn't see the display. That's the. You know that's that.
Exactly.
But we are not saying that.
Let's see what happens if we do this. Okay, that works.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you for sitting patiently through our technical troubles. And I just want to thank everyone for staying to the end of the conference for our talk. I know it can be a lot over 2 days. I'd also like to thank Juho for inviting me to speak again. And this talk is special for us because I've kind of decided to retire from speaking at conferences after this. So this will be the first and only time that we speak about our project and bring this project to a conference, so you're very lucky. And I hope a lot of you have gotten a chance to play with it and you were curious and you actually touched it. But just to give you we just want to give a quick demo of what we'll be speaking about. So, so if you don't know me, I'm Stephanie. I'm a senior software engineer. I was formerly at Microsoft and GitHub for many years. I will be looking for a new job, so hey, if you're interested in working with me, please reach out. I am late diagnosed ADHD and proud of that. And my special interests are bikepacking, visiting Iceland multiple times, building a DRI camper van, and befriending crows. So shout out to me if you share any of these same interests.
Yeah, so I'm Basti. I'm a collector of diseases, and that to me means that I have a lot of learning disabilities like ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, and also dysgraphia. I'm a very passionate cycling enthusiast, and I really like to carb load when I'm riding my bicycle. And I'm not a coder, I'm a mechanical engineer for Fear and Advent technology. But to give you a little bit of context what I do, so for my bachelor thesis, I built an interactive sound installation, which exhibited in Berlin last summer. And the sound installation basically, the sounds and the location of the people inside of that installation, they manipulate the sound and the location from where the sound is coming from. And this was a big challenge for me because I never really set up a Pi. I never really coded anything. I never programmed a server, a web interface, and I never performed any sort of image processing. The only thing for this project I did had was the idea and just the willpower to push through to do it.
And for me, I've been speaking for a few years about interactive little hardware projects I've built like these, like pom-poms to change the color of my lights, a lot of LED wearables that would be reactive to my surroundings, and then yeah, 2 years ago, I brought some cyborg hamster walkie-talkies, and most of my projects have started out as impulsive ideas, but they've also had deeper meaning, where they help me process things about myself that I struggled with as a person that was unaware most of their life that they were actually not like most people, that they were neurodivergent. Mainly my feelings of social awkwardness and feeling like an alien a lot of times. And this project started really no different. I visited, in the post-COVID times, I visited an exhibition of Yayao Kusama's work. If you're not familiar, she's a Japanese artist. She's still living, and she's the most successful living artist in the world. And, but she suffers from a lot of mental illnesses. She has panic attacks, hallucinations, and she's attempted suicide a few times. But she's always used art as a therapy for herself, for her mental illnesses, and it's allowed her to persevere and overcome a lot of adversity in her life. And her background and seeing this piece really inspired, I mean, as you can tell, this inspired this piece. When I saw it in the museum, all I wanted to do was touch it, and when I touched it, if I could touch it, I wanted it to do something. So I impulsively started sewing white pieces of fabric together and using a marker to dot them in different ways. And I figured as I sewed the project, I would kind of learn about the project and what I wanted to do with it as it moved along. And it grew, and it grew. This was all just like freehand sewing with a sewing machine. And it grew to this point where it's the size of a poster board, but then I abandoned it for a few years, but this wasn't intentional. I was in burnout. Sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional. But I didn't know that I was burnout because the exhaustion, if you've ever experienced burnout, is gradual and it builds over time. And as a neurodivergent person, day-to-day chores and tasks, like morning routines, take already so much mental load for me. But also, at my job, I was pushing hard to get my senior promotion. This was a huge milestone for me, especially as a woman in tech, to get recognized as a senior engineer. We built our camper van in 5 weeks. And I had surgery for endometriosis because you don't actually, when you have surgery for it, you don't get cured. It just actually is the only way that they can diagnose it. So I still suffer with this. But all of these big things were a lot. And even though I was accomplishing all these big things and so many other little tiny little things every single day, I was still beating myself up thinking I was completely unproductive and not doing enough every day. And in hindsight, I can look back and say, wow, everything I did was so impressive. I did all these amazing things. How could I not have realized I was in burnout when I was clearly so deep in it? I couldn't see the big picture because my baseline perception of myself and my productivity is just inherently distorted for me. Even when I'm non-burnout, it's so easy, especially being late diagnosed, that always judge yourself against other people. And I know this is not unique to the neurodivergent experience, but my inner critic is so harsh, and I never feel that I'm doing enough, and I always feel like I'm falling behind because I can struggle so much with these everyday tasks. And this is effectively how I buried myself in burnout without really recognizing I was in burnout. But I did have a hint that I ignored. I should have realized when I was running out of creative energy, when I didn't want to work on this project, when I didn't want to finish it, when I didn't have new creative ideas coming, since the last Future Frontend with my hamsters, that should have signaled to me that something was up. But I internalized as I needed to try harder, and that was a bad approach. Don't do that. What I needed to do and what I've been doing for the past few months is resting and doing things to actually recharge me, and that's alone time and spending a lot of time in nature and cycling. So started this project in 2021 before I even knew Sebastian. But I decided during this break I've been taking to pick it up again, and I thought this would be amazing just to therapeutic to finally finish this project, release it out into the world, and move on so I could have fresh ideas maybe come up. And it's been great to do it with my partner, and because he's been helping me through my burnout recovery, and especially since I've kind of decided this is going to be my last tech conference talk, it's pretty meaningful that this is like the first and only time I also do a collaborative partner, because usually I'm just flying solo.
Yes, so during the last month, basically, we decided to reboot this project, obviously, and we wanted it that it's kind of a little cute, fun art piece that can hang up in our apartment. We walk by, we play with it, and that's basically the whole idea about it. And we had a few requirements we wanted to meet. That was that, of course, it plays sounds we like, and that it's kind of super responsive, it doesn't have a lot of delay, and all those little nodes should be individual touch points and not just the big ones, and the tiny ones are kind of discarded. We want all of them to be touch responsive. And all the text should be kind of hidden away, that if it's hanging on the wall, you kind of like just face with like the plushiness, and you don't even know that there's tech behind, which we thought would be cool. And we just wanted to use like stuff we had laying around, like pies and things, that we don't have to buy new stuff. And before we jump into the technical specs of how we built this project, actually, here's just an overview on the two main aspects of the project we just dive into separately. So Stephanie will talk about how just the responsive touch detection in JavaScript works, and I will later talk about all the sound things and how the touch data generates actually sounds in Pure Data, which is our sound engine, and how that actually kind of comes together in the end.
So when I actually decided I was finished and actually counted all the touch points, there was 236. And that was a lot. And I was really worried about how I was going to read hundreds of touch points, especially with a Pi. A Pi has a header with 40 pins on it, and you can use a portion of those for data. And yeah, 236, how is that going to work? And luckily, there's a digital communication protocol called I2C, and it just allows you to chain together a lot of sensors, and you could only have to use 2 data pins, and then the power and ground. So you're only using a total of 4 pins. You can actually, you don't have to use the same kind of sensors. You can, as long as they're I2C, you can chain all kinds of different sensors together. The main thing is they need to have different addresses. So each board or sensor that you chain together, it needs to have its own unique address. Otherwise, none of it will work. And I use the Bella Trillcraft. This is a very niche I2C board. It's really designed for artists that want to make touch interfaces, a lot of touch interfaces, out of anything that's conductive. And each of these little boards, they're very, very small, has 30 channels. So that's 30 touch points on each. And the main thing is that they have these address solder pads, and you can connect them in different ways to have different addresses. And with this particular board, it's possible to have 9 of the same board chained together. You could have 9 unique addresses. And so that would work perfectly. I would only need 8 boards, because 8 times 30, 240. Just needed to solder these pads in different ways. And you may have wondered, especially if you've played with it, how we are actually detecting the touch. And it's pretty rudimentary, and it's I didn't actually think this would work, but it's just using bare wire. It's threaded wire. I just remove the insulation, untangle the wires, and kind of bend them over the floof. And the reason I was concerned that this wasn't work, because they're very close together, and I thought it would have a lot of interference. And sometimes it might have a little hallucination, let's call it, because electricity, it also kind of can detect like proximity. So I think it's a trade-off, and it works pretty well. And hopefully it wasn't playing too randomly by itself when I wasn't here to babysit it at the conference. But this whole process was very tedious, from the sewing, the hand dotting, wiring, all of these touch points with wires and stuffing them. This was a labor of love. It was a lot more work than I kind of imagined it would be, but it's also kind of therapeutic work. And then this is a sneak peek of what it actually looks behind the foam board on the back. It is a mess of wires, but you can see how I'm chaining all the I2C, the needed wires there, into just 4 main cables, and that's plugged into the Pi.
So what you see here is basically the back of the piece. Maybe some of you already try to get a little sneak peek of that. And we had to figure out what is actually making this sound. Like, what kind of speaker do we want to use? And we wanted, of course, a speaker that is kind of hidden away and that should also sound pretty okay or good, maybe. And there's actually a cool solution for that, and that's exciters. And I always get very excited about talking about exciters because it's my favorite piece of kind of like little electronic stuff. So what an exciter basically is, it's a cheap way to create a speaker out of all sorts of materials or even objects, as long as it's a rigid kind of surface. So what you can see here, the exciter is just this little round thing, and this is just a magnet and a voice call, and if you apply AC voltage to it, it just vibrates, and those vibrations get transferred to the medium you just stick it onto. You have adapters, you could screw it on something. And so we decided to go with just a regular foam board because I love to use those because they're light, easy to work with, and they actually sound pretty decent. And then we just started stacking all the other tech like the Pi and a little like cheap PCB amp just on the back. And those gray little spaces are just if you have it against the wall, so all the tech is not smushed and it kind of distorts for some reason.
So since this is a coding conference, I want to just quickly go over like how I'm actually detecting this touch with this breakout board in JS. So this board comes with access to it's just open source, C++ library. There's no JavaScript library for this, but I've never tried to use natively C++ or C code in JavaScript, so I decided that I wanted to try that. And so I leverage, you can do this. You can leverage Node add-on API, and so then I can use C++ code in JavaScript. And what this looks like, in your package, you just need to require this add-on. And actually, if you're just using C code, you don't have to require this package. It's already bundled with Node.js, but since I'm using C++ code, I need to include this add-on package, and you don't need to include a compiler. That's already, Node GYP is already included, bundled with Node as is. And then you create this binding GYP file. This is just a build recipe. So this compiler, Node YGP, knows how to compile Pogue, because you have to compile C++ code to use it. And the project structure, the main points are that I just grabbed from the GitHub repo the C++ code, these methods, 3 files that I needed, threw them in the lib file, and the code is just running in an index.js file, and I do all the magic to go from C++ to JavaScript in this add-on file. And then this is what gets compiled, and then it goes to a build folder that I can require later in my JavaScript file. So here is some C++ code. This is what the add-on looks like. The main things to highlight, because to be honest, I generated this with AI boilerplate, because this is a lot of boilerplate. You just need to know what methods you want to use, and it kind of follows the same format. So that made sense. And so I'll just highlight the important things here. So you need to declare what C++ methods you're going to have available in JavaScript. This is what you can call in JavaScript. Then there needed to write some C++ code that implements methods, that handles kind of implements those methods in JavaScript, and also handles the conversion between JavaScript and C++ types. And then this is just what runs when I'm in JavaScript, when I am excuse me, when I set up, when I created a new instance of this Trill board. And, oh, yeah. And then once we do all that, we can compile the code, and then we can use it in this index whole touch operation. It's not a lot. And so at the beginning here, I have all my addresses, and I'm just initializing each sensor. And then I'm just reading the I2C data in a set interval loop of 10 milliseconds. And it's just checking for touches. And I have a little magic with a JSON file. We have location data about where the nodes are orientated, and we just correlate that. And then over UDP, I send that to for the sound generation.
Yeah, that's me again. So, yes, so before we can even make any sound, because we heard a lot about like the touch, but we wanted to have end up with something that makes sound. We need to think about how do we process the data from those touch nodes into music, basically, and that's what I'm going to talk about now. So we assigned on each of those individual nodes a unique address in form of like an XY coordinate system based on the orientation in just those. Basically just measured it by hand. And then I thought about, okay, we have an X and we have a Y coordinate. What should it do now with music, I thought? So I thought the X component is just responsible to pick a pitch of a musical scale we're going to choose. And the Y component is basically just using this pitch and just bumping it up into different octaves. And that's, you can kind of here represent it. We have like 4 layers of different octaves you can play in, and you could kind of envision it like a little keyboard to play. But what should it sound like? We know kind of what we want to do, but what should it sound like? And we knew we wanted it to be like airy, a little bit dreamy, also a little bit of like lo-fi sounding. And then what was really important for us, it should sound like a very specific feeling. And this feeling should be when we go to Iceland, camping in the remote parts of Iceland. But how to make the sound now? So as mentioned before, we used Pure Data. And I just want to give you a very rough, very quick intro what Pure Data is and what it does. So Pure Data is a visual and object-based programming language, a little bit like Max MSP, but the beauty of it, it's open source, it's free, you can download it, ready to use. And Pure Data can sometimes look like this, but luckily I try to make it not as complicated. So let's try to go into where we actually did things. So I just need to find my mouse. So this is basically our programming environment where all the magic is going to happen. And as you patch different objects together, that's why you also call this a patch. And inside of each main patch, you can also have little sub-patches just to keep everything not look like the slide before. And I created a little demo patch. So that's what we do here, and you guys can't see. Doom, doom, doom. Here we go. This is our little demo patch, just to give you a little bit of an insight what is going on. So what you do is you basically just connect little objects together, just so they can send some data. And to keep this a little bit decluttered, you have also like send and receive objects, just to not have to connect everything kind of like physically. And then Pure Data comes with a lot of like functions. You can build your own functions. You can use the stock functions, and here just have a little randomizer, and you can just randomize a number, and then you can chain all of that stuff together to do more complicated stuff, like here. And you can also do like just basic math, basically. But what about sound now? Maybe some people are wondering. So every object that has this little tilde symbol, that indicates to you this is dealing not with just raw data, this is handling sound stuff. And here I basically built the most simple synthesizer ever you could build. This is just a sine wave generator. We can tell him which frequency to choose, and then you give him some kind of what amplitude he should resonate, and then we hear a very annoying thing, but we can kind of make it a little bit more nice. And that's basically it, what makes sound in Pure Data. And then you can make it as complicated as you like. So back to our main patch. So this is, oh boy, this is a mess. Where's my, here. Whoa. Hello. So this is basically where we receive all the data, and I just get all the strings that is sending over from our little touch app, and I just split it into like the X and Y components to do what I want them to do, and then we just use like a very messy nested if-else function just to get a state for, dependent on where you touch it, to get like the pitch location, and then I set a state for between like 1 and 8 for like 8 notes in a chromatic scale, that is C major in this case. And this state gets sent to this little object. And the same thing we do for our octave picking, but there we have just 4 octaves to pick, so we just have states 1 to 4. And then we go into here, which you also can't see. Hello again. This is where basically our X component is, or the state of the X component is arriving. And I can also just randomly generate some. So you can kind of tell where the data is running through here. And here we are just selecting the inputs or the states, and then we select a MIDI pitch. That is just a protocol number on the MIDI protocol of, it's basically the location of a keyboard key, so to speak. And that needs to be converted into a frequency, because our oscillator module, that needs to know what frequency is it supposed to play. And that's what we basically do in here. So let me close that really quick. We go back, and this is the beauty about Pure Data. Now we come out of this object, and we kind of know where we have to go next, because we're kind of connecting things together. And this little guy here is just a synthesizer you hear when you play it, this little beep bobbity, this sound. And that's the only part of the patch you can actually manipulate and what makes the sounds. And then those two are basically like this little background loop. I just predetermined this, there's no magic, it just does what it does, and basically runs forever as long as you keep touching it. And then we just feed our synthesizer sound, this belly clicky thing, into a delay just to give it a little bit more movement. And all our sounds we just feed into a reverb just to give it a little bit of like wideness and fun. And then this other stuff here you can ignore, because that's just sending all the audio data out to our amplifier, that goes to the speaker, and that's basically all the magic that's happening in Pure Data for this project. The mouse. Boom. Boom.
Okay, so yeah, we're in the section, our talk is under the category AI and machine learning, and if you're looking at our talk description before, you may be wondering where we used AI, since I promised that we would use it in the musical compositions generated. We didn't, sorry. I only used a little bit of AI for writing code that I was too lazy to write, but I still had to understand it when I did the Node add-on, because it was really good at that. Yeah, we wrote the description before we actually started working on the project again, and it was our intent. Oh boy, it was our intent to play around and experiment with AI, but during our creative process, there just wasn't a compelling reason for us to use AI to add cohesion to the sounds because we already liked how it sounded and they blended together as is. But,
Thanks. Yeah, so additionally, we didn't want to delegate like this work or the learning opportunity of this work to AI, and just like experimenting and working together and designing the sounds, that was already so much fun for us. So yeah, it was fun and enjoyable, so we just didn't want to delegate that as well. And we just want to encourage you to just be creative and just be messy sometimes and follow through on an idea, even if that means you just have to actually learn the skills to build it, and to build the things you want to build and to really understand what they do. And then they are to us, through this process, they were way more meaningful to us. And be mindful of what learning opportunities you might miss out on, just outsourcing to AI.
And yeah, for me, it's just like evaluating even if the work is difficult, is it worth me doing as a learning opportunity? And as we end our talk, I wanted to leave you with this poem that I really liked. It's titled "For a Student Who Used AI to Write a Paper." Now I let it fall back in the grasses. I hear you. I know this life is hard now. I know your days are precious on this earth. But what are you trying to be free of? The living, the miraculous task of it? Love is for those who love the work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so happy that I think people were so excited that you didn't use AI that they clapped.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that response, but thank you. I felt so guilty for not using AI the whole time, like I was frauding you.
It was a good scam. I know we are at the end of the day, but there are some questions.
Do you want to ask some questions, or shall we just wrap it up? It's your choice. Let's do questions.
Okay, let's. Rachel, would you like to join me? Yes, let's sit down. Oh no, too many moving parts. Rachel, I'm going to give it the mic for you.
Okay, I'll pass it around.
Yes, and you has another one. Okay, so they obviously, as expected, there was a lot of questions about, because people have opinions of AI, and really, it's a topic that, sorry, I have no words left. I mean, I'm totally useless here, so I'm just going to read.
They must be really bad.
I think I'm still able to read, but no promises. Okay, so highest voted question. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Agentic web. Isn't there risk that this approach weakens media literacy and deepens echo chambers by removing exposure to diverse perspectives? Discouraging critical thinking that would come from seeking out and comparing different sources.
So the question is, if we're living in an agentic web, will we end up in little bubbles because we're not looking for different sources? That's a great question, to which I say, aren't you already living in a bubble on Facebook and Twitter and just seeing what some corporate guy in a tower wants you to see? It's usually ads. I mean, we live in bubbles. The only way that we can live in our own bubble of our own making is to have our own algorithms. And there will be people who do not want to leave the bubble. There are people who live in the woods here who do not want to know that they are connected to the rest of the world or what the rest of the world is doing. There are people where I grew up who wanted that too. There are people in cities who prefer to imagine they don't exist. That's unavoidable as part of the human condition. But I do think if anyone is going to be crafting a bubble around themselves, it should be the individual and not someone else.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's opinion. Did you all have some thoughts? You got mics.
I mean, I like your opinion, Rachel, but I mean, I have the same concern about critical thinking, being critical of sources and just blindly accepting AI, especially when it can just make up stuff sometimes. But I mean, news things make up things, and people just believe things. So I think it's really it's an individual responsibility. I don't really have a strong opinion because I don't really have experience with agents, personally myself, yet.
Sebastian, do you want to say? No. Okay. So yeah, the current AI is like heavily biased. So training optimized models based on large ones just increases that. So how can we ensure that this new version of web isn't just a words wrapper around existing content? We already distrust content online. Why trust agents?
Well, first off, I don't actually build or profit off of any LLMs, unfortunately. It would be really handy if I did. Once again, I think in this case, I'm going to speak as a person who will, like you, be a consumer of LLMs that have been built by other people. They're really expensive to build. The ones that have been built are imperfect, and they're trained on the horrors that are the Western web, the good and the bad. But I have hope that LLM technology itself will become easier to build for people, for instance, who want to build an LLM based on their own laws or their own language. I was having a lovely conversation with, oh gosh, the creator of the artwork that was on display, that when you tap it and it gives you a soundscape based on your description, and I've forgotten his name because I'm on the stage. Say it.
Taro.
There we go. And we were talking, and I was saying how people mistake LLMs for intelligence, and they're not. They're just a map of language that can infer meanings between chunklets. And it looks smart the same way a parrot talking looks smart, but it doesn't actually have an understanding of what it's saying. I think that's something that people in the Bay Area are really unaware of. They're just in too deep. And it sounds really intelligent, and they've fallen in love with this Palantir. But you can take a snapshot of an entire language and keep it as a graph. What about dying languages, like Icelandic or Navajo? And these people don't have access to those things. We would be able to preserve a lot of knowledge. And I'm hoping that we will start creating, as the bigger LLMs become easier to build, smaller LLMs that come from a selection of content that is perhaps less biased and more the way we'd like it to be. And then something, humans are always biased, and when you show me perfect technology that isn't biased and everyone can agree to use it, I'll use that.
Stephanie and Sebastian, do you want to comment? I'm sorry, it's really difficult to have a conversation when your speeches are very different.
I feel like a little because we didn't use AI in our projects, do I have an opinion?
I think that gives you an excellent opportunity to have an opinion.
I mean, I'm wary of using LLMs. I mean, even when I was using it to do boilerplate code and then asking it back to explain, it doesn't say, it says wrong things. It told me to require the uncompiled code into my Node.js file, and I had to correct it, and it was like, oh, thank you, I need to learn that, yes. And I also have seen things about LLMs don't like to say no to you, and I really feel that when I have interacted with the AI, and it feels really creepy to me, and I think this is why I'm not so much wanting to heavily interact with it, because I don't need a yes bot. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I just don't really have a strong opinion, except it's not
for me right now. Yeah.
It has a long way to go before it earns the trust of the everyman. I'm hoping that will add pressure to the people building the systems to build better ones.
Oh boy. Yeah, so to me, as I'm not a coder and I'm coming on kind of out of the art industry, theater and music, this is kind of where my heart is. And I just get really scared when I see those very great models that just you give it a prompt and it makes decent music, I would say. Like, I'm very surprised how some of those models sound. And I'm just scared that like artists, like not that the art itself is just outsourced, but if you just need to buy some music as a background for some product or some advertisement stuff, this is just work that will disappear. And to me, this turns this whole thing more into a like art for me cannot be, it's not really a product to me because it's connected to feelings. And when something makes music that doesn't feel, it feels weird to me.
There was a whole discussion on webcomics Reddit about this because someone submitted they said they couldn't draw, so they submitted a comic of two fans having an argument that was generated entirely by a stable diffusion model. And it created this entire wave of arguments about like, what is the appropriate use of AI? And it really does boil down to, I think, emotion. You know, art is expressing emotion, and how can something that doesn't have emotions express anything that is useful to other humans? I mean, I guess then it's just design. But
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe it can create something that can bring emotions to people. I don't know.
You mean like a Norman Rockwell painting? I think, but it's true. Like the illustrators I know have seen their commissions halved. I don't think people care about emotion when they just want like an avatar that looks like Hayao Miyazaki art. And it's kind of sad to see how little people valued like actual artists making things. But we've seen this before, like in the industrialization of knitwear and many things where handicraft is still valued, but not like it was.
True.
I think we're gonna wrap it up. Rachel, you're going to Helsinki JS, did you say? So if you have more questions to Rachel, you can follow her. Sorry. But Stephanie and Sebastian, you're not gonna go to the, yeah. So I think this is your last chance to touch the installation, so before they take it out. But thank you so much. Now I give the stage to Juho. Sorry, not allowed to leave yet.
All right. So it's the time to close this conference. I think it's like maybe 8th time I'm doing this. Actually, I lost track, so it doesn't matter. Right, so the tagline of the conference, this one is the boss-friendly version, so the future of frontend imagined. So I guess some people here, they went to the boss, I want to see what's going to happen. Give me a ticket, or money for the ticket, buy me a ticket, whatever. The way I see it, actually the real tagline for this conference, it is make new friends in Finland. So I think this one is capturing more what the conference is about. So you come here, you make new friends. You go to sauna with the new friends. So what makes a good conference? Any idea?
Snacks.
Yeah, snacks make a good conference. Anything else? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're a really smart one. Because I was thinking it's really difficult to have a conference without people. So that makes a good conference. That's really a big step. So what makes a good conference great? Yeah, great people. Yeah, that helps. Any other ideas? Yes, saunas, that's a really good one. I didn't even think about that one. One more? Yeah, if you come back for more, I mean, that helps. Anyway, that was not what I was going for. It's the sponsors. It is the sponsors that more or less pay for the sauna, pay for the food, pay for all of these tiny things that we could not do otherwise. I mean, we could have a good conference, but yeah, it will be missing something. So thank you, WonderDog, Smartly, Alma, Backscreen, and Wona. Thank you so much. Now the question. So, any other opinions? Right. How about 8th to 9th June here at the Poly? How about we leave the back room and go to the real hall? I'm thinking we actually do it so that we can sell more tickets. We do double conference or maybe triple. Future design, future development. I won't mention about the third one because it's work in progress. I was writing this at 5 in the morning. 3 days of workshops. 1 day is not enough. So, and in case it sounds interesting to you, please. It's not binding, so it doesn't mean that we organize it or doesn't mean you come, but it just helps me to tell if I should do it or not, or we should do it. I'm not doing this alone anyway. Yeah, somebody was asking about the film, because when we were showing the film at first, we had some, let's say, audio issues. About the audio, so I was like making it work with Ievan Polkka. Ievan Polkka, it is about 100 years old song from southeastern Finland. So do you want to see it or not? I mean, it's a little... All right, here we go. It's your fault. Oh, I have to change the... you know, this technical stuff. Yeah, it's tough to find the... You know how stressful this is, right? I'm so happy I'm not the speaker. Not that. Yeah, I need a technical person here. Yeah, it's not very fun if we don't get the audio this time. Yeah. Last icon. No. Sound. Yeah, got it. HDMI. It's a new operating system. They made it complex. Anyway, now we see what happens. for it because I knew nothing would happen anyway. Right. I think now we're supposed to do something with the speakers. I think we should get the speakers on stage, and then